redemption begins. Find yourself within. Take up your blade. Let the fears within fade. Stories are told as the die roll. Don't be afraid. Make your destiny will find you. Friends at your side, may the group with pride. Try as you might, you now live to fight. Monster nor foe can fill you with woe. Enemies in sight, it's time to roll dice. Roll for initiative. Check, please.
Hello, checkers and pleasers, and welcome to another episode of Check Please.
Hello, hello. I am your GM, Beardy, and these are my lovely players.
Hello, my name is Keni, and I play Louie Freeman, Ice Boy Extraordinaire.
And I am Stavik, and apparently I'm looking into the sun at the moment. My apologies.
That's actually Magdalia.
Ah, there.
I'm Grem, and I play Valentino, the Slayer of Slavers.
I'm Shane, and I play Xander, also sometimes called Mother's Little Helper.
Oh,
Wow.
And I am Xeno. I play Zu'lin, the Alchemist.
Welcome, everybody. Anybody want to go over what happened last time?
Yes, so for a quick recap of last time, we entered the slave auction, and Stavik had the brilliant idea that after our Lentakivi friend, the only one who had been recorded in the past several hundred years, disappeared on us, stolen by these people, that he should go up to the ringleader and ask, hey, my last Lentakivi died, do you happen to have one here because I need it? And so said person was like, you should spend some time in our VIP lounge. And then Stavik was escorted that way. At the same time, Valentino decided, I should get into some wacky hijinks. So he was like, I'm gonna climb up some of these walls, and then he slipped back down. And he was like, I'm gonna grappling hook up these walls. He slipped back down. One of the guys came by and was like, yo, dude, what are you doing here? Like, let's take this outside. And Valentino was like, no, man, it's totally chill. I'm just trying to get a good view. This is actually really racist against halflings because I can barely see. And he also got led to the VIP room, so great. Bastion, seeing this and being urged on by Zu'lin, decided, maybe I'll go check in on what's going on with them. So he goes to the VIP room, and they're like, good sir, yes, please come to our real VIP room. So he goes through that room and completely disappears for most of the session. At the same time, we discover that they have 4 very special specimen. The first person in the cage is called Bergola, and she is crying, and she pulls off her face, and it turns out she's a vet. The second one in the cage is a blue hobgoblin who is supposedly of some legendary blood with some crazy destiny. Then we also have a Serpentes who looks very strong despite the chains that she is currently bound to. And finally, we have a beautiful songbird and
Raven Harpy.
Yeah, a black-feathered harpy with a wonderful voice. So we begin betting on these individuals. Xander manages to score Bergola. We don't really have any particular interest in the hobgoblin. He gets sold to somebody. The Serpentes, unfortunately, goes for 100,000 gold pieces. We see a noble with snakeskin boots who buys that individual. In the meantime, Stavik and Valentino are in this VIP room with an ogre and a bunch of guards, and they can see the entire thing, they can participate, and so they smooth talk this ogre guy for a little bit until the betting for the last surprise lot at the auction is started, and we learn that Husa in fact is here. She goes for a lot less than the Serpentes, and just as Zu'lin is about to score her for a very reasonable amount of money, Stavik decides I should up the ante and bet against my team. As that's going on, Valentino decides, let's choke this ogre out, and they begin a very horrific fight to the death that seems like it is going to go very poorly. At some point, Valentino sets everyone in the room except for himself on fire, and then sets everyone in the room except for himself on negative energy explosion when he blows up a wand by stabbing it into the ogre's eye socket and then snapping it. Notably,
but not
He's just built
before.
different.
But not before Stavik got a very, very solid crit with a Tetsubo.
that is true. There was some physical comedy like, I've got the Tetsubo. No, I've got the Tetsubo. No, I'm smacking you with the Tetsubo. And then Stavik died, but luckily Valentino brought him back. So, the moral of the story is that you should always go in for the
wand
yeah,
stab?
the really risky move that could potentially kill everyone in the party. So,
No.
I will,
The
don't
moral of
worry.
that story. The moral of the story is always take Val with you.
okay. Anyways, back to the recap. We collect our prizes in the VIP room. Zu'lin hands a note over to the person who got Nephim, the Serpentes, and we learn about the controls on these devices that allow the owners of the lots to do whatever they want, basically. So we leave this area and head back to the tavern. Meanwhile, Xander decides he's going to take Bergola to the carriage and question her a little bit. Valentino joins, and we learn some useful information. She wanted to see what organic life was like. She thought she would be safe, and she was not very safe. We also learned that Valentino's crew may be responsible for this entire operation. Valentino said to the rest of the party that he split ways after he discovered that some of his old crew, actually all of them, were inadvertently helping with the slavery business. And so he got some potential confirmation from B/219654, formerly known as Bergola. He also said that she should head to the Mary Valley because that was a safe location. Xander gave her the control so that she could free herself. And we kind of let her go off. Then we returned to the table, had a little bit of conversation, and decided that we were going to sleep in, since everything had calmed down, and reconvene around 3 p.m. in the afternoon. And Louie, Bastion, Valentino went up to the roof while Stavik, Xander, and Husa decided to play cards, and Zu'lin left to presumably maybe sleep early. And that's where we left off.
Well, and then time moved forward till about 1 p.m. because Stavik missed his duel at dawn.
Yes.
Yep. And that was where we ended.
I'm
as you guys
so
decide
mad.
to sleep in the next day to make up for being up all night, and you woke up at the crack of 1:30, and when you did, it wasn't until after everybody woke up that I mentioned that the duel had gone by without anyone realizing it.
Why are you mad that you didn't go to the duel? You saved yourself some embarrassment when you lose.
I mean, if I understand, if you survive a duel to that means you win, right? So good job.
Okay, part of me is, well, one, dude, hurtful. Second off, I'm hoping this guy rolls up on me. Just as a player, I'm really hoping he rolls up on me.
I am too.
Okay. I'll remember that.
Oh, God. Well, shall we?
Yeah. So
Let's.
it is now April the 30th. It is about 1:30 in the afternoon. You all are waking up from your various sleeps overnight, and you've got to sleep into the early afternoon after the events of the night market. So you're all feeling rested and refreshed. And welcome to April the 30th, midday.
Friend Zu'lin, how are you doing this fine afternoon?
Doing quite well, although I'm not quite sure what the plans for the day are now that the market is over. I suppose we can start heading to Pentress.
I suppose there's not much left in this town for us, so unless knocks on the table, unless hopefully a unfortunate I guess he couldn't mouth it. Whispers very corpse shows up.
Zu'lin's head tilts. A corpse, you say?
Well, I mean, it seems like every time we try to leave a town, another unfortunate person is murdered.
If it happens, now it's your fault.
Oh my
That's
God.
true.
That being said, from what we've seen of the night market, I wouldn't be surprised if there was more than one.
Well, good afternoon, Shane, Louie.
Who?
What?
Who? You're talking to the wrong individual.
Are you
Good.
hallucinating? Did you take any
Notably,
drugs? I didn't know that you
Xander's
could do
got
that.
white powder on his face.
Got a little something right there.
It's. And Louis just looks at Xander, just kind of tilts his head with like a silent communication.
Xander, Louie, would you like some lunch?
I guess I can have a little bit. I feel like I've kind of overdone it with the sweets though, so I don't know how much I should eat.
Well, maybe some meat, some cheese would be good.
Okay. Is there any fish? Like they have fish here, so.
I assume so.
Oh no, I
Um,
remember they have fish here because of you specifically.
Oh, well. Oh, excuse me, miss. And he'll wave at the barmaiden.
One of the servers, the servant staff in this place, walks over.
Good afternoon.
Do you need something?
Yes, an order of cheese, meats, and fish if they have it.
Sure. Enough for the whole bunch of you?
Yes, please.
Yeah.
We'll all pick at it.
Well, whatever we
actually,
don't
no, the
finish,
fish-
Valentino's probably gonna eat the rest.
That's true. Louis, would you prefer your own plate?
I will pick at it. Don't worry.
Just wanted to be considerate.
Very well. And this person steps off and heads off to the kitchens of this place.
Stop
Does it
with his
smell?
deck of cards back out.
Entering the area, yawning and stretching as he walks, comes Bastion, who comes over and slumps down into the seat next to Stavik. Hey, bros. How do we all sleep? Pretty good?
As usual.
I
Yeah.
slept. You were on the roof when I left you.
Yeah, but I mean, I fell off. It's fine.
Oh, can I have my half cloak back?
Sure. He reaches into a pouch that he has slung over his shoulder and pulls out the half cloak,
Thank
sets it on the
you.
table in front of you. Yeah,
Louis
thanks.
will take it and repin it around his shoulders, more like a shawl.
Now, friends, did we have any other goings on in this particular town?
No, not as far as I know.
I don't think so.
Nothing springs to mind.
There is the option of interrogating the elven bartender.
I'll get the spell ready. And Louis will.
Oh, I was using interrogation very
Oh,
figuratively.
Sorry. I was just trying to be helpful.
What are we doing?
Am I on or what are you talking about?
Did I miss
Well,
something?
I seem to recall her saying that she had spent the last 100 years perfecting the menu that you all seem to be enjoying so much. And so I figured if she's been in this city for 100 years, she may have some relevant information.
Possibly.
All right, sounds good.
All right.
Oh, something I kind of made assumptions on last time. Like when Valentino shattered the wand and all that happened, describe it being like his clothes are being singed. How bad are they?
You have prestidigitation, correct?
Yes, that's and
Then you
mending.
could have made, and as well as mending.
Yeah.
You could have easily cleaned and repaired any damage. It was all superficial.
Okay then.
Stepping out of the kitchen and returning to the table, returns the server, setting down a large platter in the middle of the table. It is covered in cured ham, crusty bread, olives, and other random pickled vegetables. There you go. One traveler's platter.
Thank you.
Anything else I can get you?
Oh, you've been wonderful already. Wrapping like a fucking truck of ham.
Xander, can you lean down for a second? Louie
He
will
does so.
take the end of his shirt and just wipe off Xander's face so that the powdered sugar is removed. There you go.
Xander leans back up and pulls out a powder cookie from his pocket and then proceeds to throw it in his mouth and eat it very messily.
But ready for him to powder his face with it.
Yeah, that's literally what he's doing.
Louie gestures again for him to lean over.
Very bro-coded. I love it.
And does so again. There you go. All right. I see this will be a fun little endeavor while you have those. Make sure to save one for me, though.
Right. So, what's the plan, everyone?
Head to Pentress, right?
I mean, that's
Yes.
where the weird moth thing told us to go, right?
He's not weird. They're not weird. It's... the thing...
The moth told us to go there, right?
I would
Yeah.
agree that is a bit peculiar, at least.
I mean, it's
Is
the first
it?
time a moth's ever talked to me, so it's weird
Oh.
to me.
You know, it may also be pertinent to our interests if we were to find out where that one seer that you all had talked to went.
Oh yeah, she seemed nice.
Well...
I feel that her talents may be useful in locating the, let's say, other buyers.
That's a good idea. I would do a brief run around town to see if maybe Tully has shown up this morning, and if not, maybe we can get information on it as well.
If that's what you want to do before we head out, then let's do that. But I don't want to burn too much daylight since we did wake up late today.
Didn't you have some, and Zoom will pause, interrogations to go through?
I think it was partially a joke. Partially not.
I mean, it sounds like a good idea.
All right, I'll take care of talking to the barkeep, I guess.
I believe in you. You can chat them up.
I mean, how about the two of you talk to her, and Zu'lin and I will go speak with this mystic.
Okay.
Zu'lin will grab a few pieces of cheese.
I don't remember there being any cheese described. I was gonna be like, here's the cheese, and I was like, pickled vegetables
Oh, was there no cheese?
and ham.
Yep.
They're like, bring me some fish and cheese. She's like, yeah, none of that. Coming right up.
Sorry, did you want the fig and cheese plate?
Did we get the
Instead.
wrong order?
They might have sent you the wrong order. Yeah.
Like, oh,
Yeah,
yeah,
they-
you the wrong order. We look around. There's no one else in the fucking.
Yeah, they served you the traveler's platter. The fig and cheese plate is goat cheese and fresh figs, drizzled in honey.
I love goat
Oh,
cheese.
that's why they didn't give it to us. It's garbage.
I love goat cheese. Goat cheese is delicious.
It's depends.
Cheese.
mean-
If it has like
I mean,
that
that all
blueberry
cheese
stuff in it, it's
depends.
very good.
You guys all ordered the wrong item off the menu. You
Bougie-ass.
could have ordered the Puchero Burgosiano, which is a stew made of chickpeas, chorizo, and vegetables, and it's
I
lovely.
love chorizo.
Mm-hmm. It's got a nice kick to it.
All right. Team split. Meet here in an hour.
Gosh.
Sure. Yeah. Where are we going again?
Well, those two are going to the fortune teller person, I think.
Okay.
I don't know what you
think
two
I was
are
going
doing.
to hang here with you, unless you want to go around and see if we happen upon this. The what was her name?
Magdalia.
Magdalia.
Well,
Yes.
I
Just like,
mean-
what time is your duel?
Oh shit.
Sunrise.
Dawn.
what, like dawn, like tomorrow,
Tomorrow?
dawn, or
Yeah.
I
like?
think it was supposed to be today.
No, it was earlier
Oh,
today.
so you win?
Oh, shit! You won! Congratulations, dude.
Nice.
We
Bro,
were all
Bastion
here
pats
at
you on the back.
dawn.
I mean, I was asleep on the roof, bro.
Yeah, I was on the roof.
I was
I
partially
was
on the
in
roof.
here. I was playing cards with Xander and
Husa.
Husa.
Yeah, but then like dawn happened and Husa went to bed, and then like you went to the
Yes.
duel, right? And then won.
You don't like sleep, right?
Yeah, because you don't sleep, so like. I mean, the only way
No,
you
I did
could have
not
missed it is if
go.
like you just decided not to go, right?
Me and Xander made cookies.
Could you
Oh, sweet.
do you honestly think I would not go if I decided not to go? I would have gone. Had I fucking remembered.
Wait.
Right.
Wait.
Yeah.
You're saying
Yeah,
if
that's what
you
I'm saying.
decided not to go, then you would have gone? That doesn't make any sense.
I don't understand.
No.
You went to the duel and won, is what you're saying. I mean, congratulations,
No.
bro. Like, I'm glad you put that Parthenian douche in his place. Like,
Yeah.
he seemed like.
I mean,
kind of a real
notably, Stavik ran into him.
Whatever. I mean,
I mean, either way,
Kinda-
like, you don't.
getting
Yeah,
To clarify, Stavik did not go to the duel. He did not win.
Wait, what? Why?
What?
Because he didn't go to the duel. You can't
Because
win
I
unless you're there.
forgot.
I mean,
forgot.
So he
about it.
lost. He just didn't die.
if it's a duel to the death and you don't die, then it means you win, right? This is where the term win-win
Can
comes
I?
from.
Can
Huh.
I roll a knowledge? Would that be a nobility kind of thing? To the rules of dueling.
Yeah. Absolutely. Knowledge and ability.
I think I
That
have
falls under
that.
nobility.
Yeah.
Can I roll
Yeah.
to see if I know if that stupid shit is false?
6.
Well, Stavik,
No.
sadly, you don't really know a whole lot about dueling. At
Are
least
you
in the
sure
official
you were
capacity.
a noble?
Again, second child.
Congratulations.
I mean, this.
They don't. You don't think they thought I was serious about the being a second thing, right? Like,
I
that
mean,
was- I
That
was
means
yes.
that,
just-
like.
They did.
Yep.
Oh, so that means
Well,
you guys, you're both fucked then, right?
Yep.
No, I'm fine. I mean, this dude can come back. Yeah, I don't
I
give a shit.
mean, I'm sure one of you will probably be fine. At
Huh,
least.
Here's the thing.
Okay.
I don't care.
I mean, he didn't have a second, right? So, like, I would have to fight his second, which means I win.
Again, he's a fucking noble. I don't care.
Actually,
Yeah,
do
but,
you
like,
know
aren't
if
you a
he was a noble?
Yeah. Sorry. Yes, he was.
Oh.
At least his name or at least his name was.
Okay.
Yeah, I recognize him.
Well,
I did a roll when it had happened. I did a roll to
Oh, I'm just playing in
knowledge to know if he
character,
was.
buddy.
Okay. Oh, okay. Sorry. Yes. To my knowledge, that family, so long as it's still alive, is a noble family.
You could have ended a noble family. What happened to this whole I hate nobles things?
I hate them, but I don't care if I didn't happen to go to a duel. The
So
whole
wait, did you not go because you were protesting it, or did you not go because you forgot?
I didn't go because I forgot.
No, I think
Oh.
you definitely should say the other one though.
Yeah, you really should probably stick to the first one.
Don't lie.
I mean,
You know,
kind of lie. It's okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I
everyone
could just
does.
say, if I happened upon him and he asks me why, I said, "Oh, you just weren't memorable enough to remind myself to go."
Sounds like a good stab in the chest to me, but all right.
Yeah, that
Yeah, I
sounds
mean-
like go for that. That sounds great. Do it. Sure.
So, all right.
That's what
So
I would do.
who wants bro for the day? Am I gonna go and help you guys find a fortune teller, or you want me to go and help you guys interrogate a person?
Well, I'll take you.
Where are you going?
I'm going to go look for Valentino's friend,
Okay, so you're going
My friend.
with Zu'lin and Val. All right.
Magdalia.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, bro. Do you want me to go and help find the fortune teller, or do you want me
teller.
to help? Okay, I'll go with them.
Sorry.
Apparently, Dawn isn't
No.
the only thing he forgot.
No, see for my. I thought I was going to go look for their friend, not the fortune teller.
Yeah,
the
you're using
one
the
that
wrong name.
Yes, apparently so.
I got it tattooed on my ass. It's right here for you to see.
Oh
it.
my
You
God.
just
Oh.
ask. Toes or something.
Louie just watches the majority of the party leave and just looks so confused. All right.
Right. So Zu'lin, Bastion, Valentino, and Stavik all depart the border house and go out into the wider reaches of the city to search for a fortune teller. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Alrighty. Well, in that case, as the lot of you head out of this place, we will pan the camera back over to Louie and Xander, who are still within the border house main lounge area, as it has now become much quieter that the other members of the team have departed.
Well, that was a thing. Oh,
That
good morning,
certainly
ladies.
was.
They've been there
Morning,
the whole
girls.
time. Don't worry.
They've
been silently judging you for as long as you've been there.
Good.
Shall we go and write down some recipes for the road? Unless there's.
I thought you were handling the interrogation.
Yup, follow my lead, Xander.
Follow your lead.
Do you not want to help?
I thought you were taking care of it.
What are you gonna do?
Probably look into the future.
Okay. Well, don't be too far.
No, I can join in your interrogation. I'll be the good cop.
Oh, shit. Okay. Cool. I don't think I'm good at being a bad cop.
What is a cop?
I don't think I'm good at being a bad guard. Hey, Gab. Hello, miss.
As you approach, you see once again a still somewhat tired-looking but freshly woken Delfina Ortega, the owner of the border house, behind the bar there as she's going over some papers. Oh, good afternoon. Did you sleep all right?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, my cooks tell me that you left pretty clean kitchen for them, so it's appreciated.
Okay, good. I told you I would.
That you did.
I was wondering if there was any chance that perhaps I could get some of your recipes that you serve here for the road. They were all very, very delicious, and I'd love to be able to make some.
Oh, well, we don't usually give out our recipes. It's not really a standard practice for us to tell people how to make the kind of foods we serve here. Otherwise, what's to stop them from opening up a rival business, you know?
I heard you spent a century perfecting the menu from 2 nights ago.
Oh, no. She looks like a little bit confused, and will indicate that she has rounded ears. Yeah, I don't exactly look that old, do I?
No, I
was
meant
another-
the royal you.
Oh,
the tavern
well-
in general.
oh, sure. I mean, there's Lydia. She's the one that's been cooking for quite a while. I honestly was pretty lucky to have her on the market when I really started looking for talent for this place.
Which market?
The labor market, of course.
Jesus Christ.
The fact that Zu'lin's not here tells me that a random fucking tavern goer was the one big.
So, I was just wondering if we could get a couple. It's not really like we're ever going to open up a tavern or food place of any kind. We are adventurers, and I can assure you we do not have enough time to open up a business.
Well, very well. But if you want those recipes, I don't know them myself, so you'll have to speak with Lydia.
Okay.
Jesus.
Just walks
Have
away.
a good day. You're doing this bad guard routine very well, Louie.
Oh, thank you. I'm trying my best.
You should probably
worst
swear and
guard, really.
scream more.
You want me to swear and scream?
I mean, if you want to perform your role in a satisfactory manner.
Sure, let me test it on you. Give me your fucking recipe. Dang it. And then Louie will gently kick like a chair stool so that it slides over slightly.
I already gave you your recipe last night.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. He opens the door. Excuse me.
You push the door open, and you see Lydia moving around the kitchen, grabbing a thing from here and there, adding spice and stirring a pot, and sort of gliding over the entire place, maintaining a impressive number of dishes at the same time, and cooking them all in perfect synchronicity.
Louis pokes his head in.
Hello.
Hi.
The cook will respond, but continue moving about the room, unperturbed by your intrusion.
Yeah, Louis will make sure to stay in a spot that does not involve being in her pathway of needing to cook.
Oh, do you need something? Was the plate not to your liking?
Oh no, it was delicious. We're travelers and we're wanted some recipes with your advice because your food's really good before we leave for our next town.
Oh. What did you have in mind?
Fish.
Oh. Okay. Well, we do pride ourselves on our pastel del Rio here.
Mm-hmm. And the other dishes that you served last night.
Are you all right?
It's hard to figure out what's gonna make Louis cry.
I'm okay. I just got embarrassed and awkward, and it has nothing to do with you. I'm sorry.
It's quite all right. I was just I'm just getting a few things ready in here, but if you're interested in some of our recipes, well, as long as you promise not to go into business against me, I suppose I'm okay sharing them.
Cross my heart.
That's what a business Mongol would say.
Fuck you. If you're able to just say them out loud, I can write really quickly.
Sure. So while Lydia continues preparing a multitude of items at the same time, she will also go through a step-by-step process of how to process, prepare, and serve the Pastel del Rio,
Motherfucker.
which is, just in case you forgot, a flaky pastry filled with river trout, caramelized onions, and herbs.
Goddamn bitch.
What?
Oh, has nothing to do with you in this situation.
Xander just walked out.
Yeah. All right.
I'd say Xander's an even worse cop than Louie.
What are you talking about? He's literally leaving the situation without doing anything.
We don't do good cop bad cop around here. We do bad cop worse cop.
No, bad cop, mediocre cop.
And yeah, he'll finish writing down the recipes.
Okay.
Once he's done,
Alright.
he'll snap his book shut and bow respectfully as a thank you. I hope the rest of your days are pleasant and wonderful.
Very well. Well, it was a pleasure cooking for you, and I wish you the best of luck. Hopefully we see you again here sometime in the future.
Maybe. We've had weirder occurrences of coming back to towns.
Goodbye.
Bye.
You head out of the kitchen and back into the main area where you see Xander standing in front of the fireplace, enjoying the heat from the hearth, as the entire room is watched silently by Requiem and Rhapsody from the far side.
You deserted me.
Hmm?
You
Last night?
I don't think you did. Did you?
We made cookies together.
Oh. Wow. That was awful.
What was awful?
Your joke.
Your bad cop routine?
Getting called out.
I mean, I never said I was going to be good at it. Also, wasn't my idea.
I thought you said you were going to take care of the interrogation. That didn't seem like an interrogation, Louie.
I got the answers I needed.
Interesting.
I didn't even want them to begin with. I was doing that for you.
Doing what for me?
Getting the recipes. You brought up the recipes.
I brought up the recipes?
I'm pretty sure you brought up the recipes to the group.
Pretty sure I didn't bring up the recipes.
Did I do something wrong last night? I thought we were good.
I'm fine.
Okay. Cool. Louie just stares at the fire.
What is this
Xander stares at
conversation?
Louie.
What about the actual interrogation, though? I mean, why did Xander walk out? Isn't he the one who's like, oh, hey, this person probably knows what's been going on here for hundreds of years. Anyway, bye.
And he looks at me.
Louie said he was going to handle the interrogation.
I don't know what I'm interrogating for.
And I look at him.
Xander doesn't know that.
Yeah. So am I supposed to do something else other than get recipes?
I don't know. Are you, Louie?
I don't know.
You said that you got all the answers that you needed, so I think we're good.
I'm gonna go talk to Jemmons. Louie starts to walk off.
Enjoy.
Yeah.
Xander is going to get down on his knees and crawl a little bit closer to the hearth. And he's going to reach into his pouch and pull out some nice, delicious powdered sugar. And he's going to begin sprinkling it into the fire and staring at it. And I would like to do a divination.
All right. And what are you looking to divine?
I would like to divine about the road to Pentress.
Okay. So go ahead and activate any required abilities that you are tapping into to do this, and I will give you some information. Okay. So go ahead and give me a wisdom test.
Sure.
I think is what we're going to go with for this one.
Sound good. Wisdom. That's pretty decent. That is a nat 20.
That it is. That is a nat 20. Okay. Well, in that case, as you eat a piece of candy, as you reach forward and you pick up some of the ashes from the hearth and you rub them between your fingers and you let them drift down from your hand back onto the hearth, you watch the way that they are carried by the heat and the life of the fire. And as they drift down, they waft this way and that, as almost as if they're dancing through the air on the way down to the ground. And you can see not just randomness to this, you can sense pattern and intention behind the movement of this ash. And you realize that this is in fact a careful message designed just for you. This is a hint from the very future of the universe speaking back to you and telling you that your path to Pinterest will be a complex one. As well as you can at this point probably imagine, since nothing seems to come quite easily for this group. But you can sense that along the way there will be a warning and a messenger on the road.
Excellent.
Mhm.
Thank you.
Yeah.
What do you mean complex? We're almost there. What the fuck?
It's a straight line.
It's
You
literal.
thought.
Are there 3 hags?
Yeah, the rest of the coven. Absolutely.
Jesus Christ. So should the scene change, or what's going on?
Sure. So, if you have anything else you would like to do there, Xander, augury-wise, go for it. Otherwise, we can move along.
I think Xander will hold off on his other divination for the day, though he will collect the ashes that left this message for him
Okay.
as a little treat.
You
For later.
you sweep them up for
Yeah,
yourself.
sure.
Yeah. You can have some ashes as a treat once in a while.
Hey, Louie, I've got a special cookie for you.
Whoa.
Really?
Why does this feel like one of those times where someone makes you a Valentine's Day gift and they put their fucking hair in it or some shit?
Mhm.
First you get a box.
I mean, look, if we are talking about medieval cooking, it was a very common practice for, I'm not going to get into this.
Ew.
I'm not going to
Nope.
get into this.
Thank you.
We'll talk about that later when we're not broadcasting. Anyway,
Thank you.
Cookie.
Bleh.
so yes, the camera will indeed shift, unless the two of you have anything else to go for.
Mm-mm.
Okay, well in that case we will take our focus over away from the border house and on to the city of Rosalejo proper, as the rest of the party moves away from the border house, looking for A fortune teller? So Zu'lin, Bastion, Valentino, and Stavik, where are you heading?
Well, we'd probably go to where the festival was first.
Okay.
Mhm. Fan out from there.
You got it. So from there, you guys head over to the trade fair grounds, and you find the area is almost unrecognizable, even just a few hours after this thing is concluded. The wagons, the tents, they've all been removed from this place. There are still barricades up to prevent like major carriage traffic and horse traffic from getting in, so it's still pretty much just pedestrians only. But the guard presence is gone from the outside. Most of the tents are just completely packed up and gone. It's a shell of its former self, and now it simply looks like a wide open central forum in the town.
I don't want to do do like a perception check, see if anybody left any shit behind.
Okay, I'll take one. Go ahead, make a
You got
perception
it.
check.
Oh my god, a wand of greater harm.
Wow.
17.
17. So Stavik, as you look around the market, you don't see anything all that crazy, but you do find wedged between a few of the paving stones on the path, you find a tarnished copper piece.
Yay!
Never.
Yeah, Was it heads up or heads down?
Do you pick it up?
Well, yeah. Well, if it's heads up, yeah, I'm gonna pick it up. If it's heads down, no.
It's kind of wedged between some stones, so it's technically
Oh,
vertical.
he picks it up. Yeah, he picks it up. Then.
Okay, cool. Make a will
The
save.
curse has been enacted.
Oh god.
Oh,
Yes,
fuck.
it worked.
I fucking knew it. You never pick up a copper piece.
Have you learned nothing?
That you're actually
It's a fucking coin. 14.
It feels kind of heavy in your hand for a copper piece, and it's really badly tarnished. Like, you would probably have to polish this significantly for it to shine again. But yeah, you have a copper piece. So go ahead and add a copper piece to your character's inventory, and it's just a tarnished copper piece.
See, it's so...
Is this because you weren't able to get us the last time?
I don't know what you're talking about. He just found he
I'm
found
very
money. I
frustrated.
don't know. What do you want? He found money. Wasn't
I
much,
think
but
I
it was money.
understand what's about to happen, and I'm very
Yeah?
mad about it.
I don't know what you
Do
mean.
I have a sinking. I personally, as a player, I have a sinking suspicion about what's gonna happen to my fucking money, and I'm kind of cheesed off about it. But that's my own fucking fault.
No, it's fine. It's a piece of copper. You just found a copper coin.
It probably just has more copper in it than normal.
Yeah, it's just kind of it's probably poorly made.
Everything's.
So yeah, aside from that, no, you don't find anything else of value or interest around here. It looks like this place has been relatively picked clean, and it doesn't look like it's been trashed either. So when this place was taken apart, people were at least thorough with cleaning up after themselves. So aside from some footprints of tents and things like that, like wagon ruts in the ground, there's not really much in the way of permanent markings that there was a market here recently. So some wilted grass in places, some wagon ruts, some horse hoof prints in the ground, things like that. Now there are a handful of tents that are partially taken down right now, as there's just the final vestiges of the trade fair being disassembled and people carrying their goods away from here. But you get the sense that maybe like 99% of the trade fair is gone at this point.
Is our woman part of that 1%?
Give me a
By
perception
nature.
check
You
to
got it.
scour the field.
That is a 24.
A 24 and a 19. As you look around the area, you do in fact find that there is the remnants of, or rather a rolled up red and white striped canvas on the ground. There is a wagon next to it with a horse sort of standing there attached to the wagon, minding its own business. And there is a slow but methodical movement from a nearby elf that is currently rolling up the canvas, measuring it all by touch, and folding it over and feeling it out by touch, and then folding it over and rolling it. That looks like it's the actions of a person who does not have the ability to see.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Sorry to disturb you. We are about to head out of town, but after, I don't know if you remember myself. I assume you do, of course. But after my transaction with you yesterday, we had a fairly eventful night and have a few missing persons. We were wondering if your gifts might be able to help us with. Would you like me to help you with taking down your tent? And of course, I'd still pay you.
Well, this is always the most difficult part of the trade fair, is the putting up and taking down of the tent. I suppose if you're willing to assist in this, I would be happy to give you a discount.
Oh, well, of course. Thank you. I think I should roll for that, or is it just kind of routine?
It's pretty routine action. And you get the sense that she's doing this just simply, like I said, by touch. So she's not... She moves at a very slow pace because it's all, making sure everything's in the right place, and then moving a thing, and then moving a thing, and then feeling it out again, and then that. But with you moving in there to help, she's actually just going to back off, because without knowing where everything is, she would just make it work. Or the two of you can't really work together that easily on this. So she ends up just removing her hands from it entirely and stepping back, letting you continue the folding and breaking down of the tent. And what information are you looking for?
Well, as I said,
Valentino, right?
Yes, of course.
Very well. What can I help you find, Valentino?
As I was saying, we have a few missing persons. I only have No, actually, we have names for all of them, don't we? Do we have names for all of them?
Yep.
Okay, I didn't write them all down. I'm gonna be real.
She's gonna nod solemnly, as if she knows pretty much what has happened, though you haven't told her.
Well, it's probably not our first time in town, and also, fortune teller. I'm not gonna be surprised by that. But I'll go through and describe all of the different, the different people that were traded out that we weren't able to rescue, and
Sure.
And Tulia.
Okay. Who would you like to ask about first?
Nafim.
I know that's what everyone wants me to say, but Valentino is actually probably going to ask about, the hobgoblin.
Oh, all right.
Rethus.
Rethus, yes. So.
Let's see.
Oh, Junior? What to say about him?
I see. Let's see. She turns and stares directly at the sun. It's unfortunate. He's going to have a rough life. Though it seems he was born to a rough life. And it appears that it will not be getting much better for him as he ages. He's surrounded by aggression, by violence, and death. It's as much apparent to him as his actual parents. Is there something specific you wanted to know about him?
Or kind of where he's ended up. So we can potentially remedy all that, violence and suffering.
I wish you the best of luck on it, but I can see his life unfolding before him, and it is one of pain.
Does that pain involve any particular geographic features? Any specific, like, colors, people?
Any aquifers nearby?
Yes, I can see that he is being taken to a dying forest.
Oh, Saraibo? Lovely.
All right.
An area that is at home in the shadow as it is in the light. Place where he will distinguish himself.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Would you? All right. So there was. I don't know if you probably remember Turia. She was right nearby. You could probably hear her most of the day.
Your friend.
Yeah, I think we're friends now. I hope so.
Can sense more than that.
Yeah, maybe there's more than that. I don't know.
Hmm.
You might be sensing the tattoo.
Perhaps.
Oh,
Perhaps.
God.
I will look for her. And she turns and looks back at the sun.
What's a tattoo?
Things are not good for your friend Tulia.
Oh, okay.
She has fallen into the same fate that she tried to save another from.
Fuck.
That's not good.
Though her future is still uncertain.
So you're saying there's a chance we can fix this?
She nods. Her fate is not yet set in stone, as it were. Ammon has revealed many paths that sit for her. Which one she goes down depends on what forces push and pull her in what direction.
Is there like a somewhere we can head, a divergence point in these paths or something?
Yes. It's in a few months' time. And it is in a great city. A city of water. And music.
All right. Thank you. There was also a Serpentes that we were seeking out.
I see. Do you have a name?
What was it
Nephilim.
again? Nephilim. Okay,
Nephilim.
thanks. Yeah.
She thinks about that for a second and then looks up at the sun. Oh. She blinks a few times and then just looks back at the ground. You see that her expression has changed to one of just quite a bit of dourness on her face, an expression of shock turned to sadness. She is bound for suffering. Though, if it's any consolation, it will not break her.
I shall live.
Yes.
Okay.
For
I'll take what I can get.
far longer than any of us.
I don't know about any of us, but
But I think that I would describe this, well, what I have seen from Amun. It is certainly a rough patch in her life.
you know, has Amon been feeling okay? Because like you've been getting a lot of these. I feel like they're really.
I don't enjoy seeing darkness and death and violence.
No, it
and
seems
pain,
kind of uncommon, especially
But-
for my future.
It is seemingly follows you and your questions. All of them seem to point me down into these pits of despair.
Well, I mean, it's not my intention. I promise you.
I mean, it would be nice if you could ask me a happy question, just to break it up every so often.
You got a happy question in mind? Because I wasn't expecting these to turn out so bad.
It's
Preferably
Ask her about her parents.
It'd be preferable if the happier question was asked after we receive more information on Nefim's location.
very well. I will try to find her location. And she looks up back at the sun, staring at it for a few seconds, and then nods. It looks similar in climate to Burgos. The trees, the plants all seemed roughly the same. Some of the trees were a little different, but the climate was almost identical. I would say she hasn't gone far. Perhaps a neighboring nation. I saw walls bound in beautiful silver wrought bars, like a gilded cage. Upon those bars was a symbol. I'm not sure I understand it, though.
Could you describe it?
Perhaps. And she kneels down, and with one finger, she starts drawing something into the dust and dirt at her feet. And it appears to be some kind of sigil that you are not entirely familiar with.
Am I able to make any kind of check?
I'll take a knowledge and ability.
I will
warn
try
you.
that as well.
And I warn ye, it will be a difficult one.
What are you, a wood elf?
I
Yeah.
don't have that, so I don't think I can roll it.
I don't know. Very good.
11.
Oh,
Sorry.
I got a 14.
Yeah, you guys don't recognize the symbol of it in any way. But
Okay.
you can commit it to memory at least. And
Yeah,
maybe ask other people.
I'll sketch it into my
Okay.
Oh,
notebook.
that'll be useful, Zu'lin.
We saw the
Dude.
first episode, okay?
Like, have you seen this symbol before? And be
Squiggle.
Like, what the fuck? Are you 3? What is this? You can write in this?
Do you
Circle,
live like
and then a
this?
line.
What is this? So, with that, she will look away from the sun and take a breath, and then ask, "Do you have any other questions?"
I feel like I should give you something just that's like more pleasant, but I'm really trying to.
That would be nice.
What about a bird harpy?
Oh yeah, we do have the bird harpy.
Nobody seems to care about that one, though.
Yeah, whatever.
No, I mean I figure yeah. Oh yeah, we got one more.
Sorry, dude.
These are
Very
saving
well.
lives, I promise.
What is your question?
There was one other. It was a harpy.
Mhm.
raven feathered. Although I don't know what the nomenclature is. Not really one for stereotypes.
All right. A harpy with dark feathers. Do you have a name?
I don't have this fucking written down. I'm writing them down now.
Yeah, you would have known this from the previous day. Her name was Crescendia.
Right. Then yeah, that's what I'll tell her.
All right. And the seer will stare into the sun once again. Well, this one is not filled with pain and death as much.
I try.
Sadness, sorrow, and despair a little bit, but only for a short time. I see her being forced to perform, to sing for someone, for small gatherings. But not for long. I can't see terribly far into her future, only a few months. I'm not sure what that means exactly. I don't sense death exactly. So if she were murdered or something, I feel that what I would have sensed a darker feeling from that. It simply is open.
I guess that means we swoop in and that's when we take care of things.
She cocks her head to the side. Perhaps. Would you like to ask me like a happier question? Maybe like, what are you ever going to find true love? And if so, what is the name of your true love? Or I don't know. If you want me to guess your favorite food.
You know what? Take your pick.
She just shakes her head. I'm not really good at thinking up questions, to be honest. I'm more about answering them.
Are you now?
Well, I mean, most of the good stuff in my life I know is coming. I don't really have questions about it.
No, very well.
Certainly, I will be finding love. Certainly, I will be finding adventure.
I see. Is there nothing you're curious about then, in your own destiny?
What's there to be curious about? I mean, I asked you about my father, and that information was very helpful and very exciting. Something to drive towards.
Yes. A very interesting individual. And
Sure.
in a place that I've never seen before. The buildings there are very strange.
Grem is just like, I'm sitting here like, anything I can think of, like, oh, well, what about these like, happy people? I'm like, anyone I ask about is going to be like, oh, yeah, she dies. Oh, they get tortured. I'm like, from Valentino's perspective, like, someone like is like, oh, you know what? Maybe like one of us has got a bright future. Let's ask about like Xander's future, Louie's future, and it's like, I'm like, that's not gonna, no.
No. Probably can't even see Louie.
I'm like, hey, Stavik found a neat coin on the ground. Maybe she can know something about that. I'm like, fucking, maybe it's like.
Just ask about all the wonderful people that Zu'lin's gonna save with his science.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm like, I'm ready to. I'm like, oh, what about puppies? Do you have any fortunes about puppies? And she's like, yeah, I see a lot of dead.
They
puppies.
all die.
Yeah.
Dead puppies.
Around you? Ooh. No.
It's like, oh yeah, I've got. What the hell? Why would you Oh my god. Oh my god. I was like, all right,
Go
you
away.
gotta tell me.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, this one's I can't. Seeing the future is not, unfortunately, not one of my talents. At least not the way you do it. I just have a uncanny predictive ability, but so I have no guarantees here.
I only see what Ammon reveals to me, and some of
Right.
that can be very vague.
But I would like to know how my mother is doing. If there's something you can see.
Very well. I will try to find out. And she turns and looks at the sun and is going to make an audible gasp. She covers her mouth. She takes a second to collect her thoughts and looks back in your general direction. I had no idea.
Really?
It's rare for me to be surprised about something. So I suppose I owe you a thanks. It's unusual.
Well, you can keep the specifics between us.
Of course. Of course. I'm sure you have your reasons. But I will tell you that she is melancholy. I think she misses you quite a bit.
Yes, well, it'll have to be some time before I can return, but hopefully she stays well until then.
I'm sure. Well, I think I understand now why you are seeking your father so strongly.
I'm sure you do. Perhaps we do not speak on these things anymore, though.
Of course.
So how much do I owe you?
Is the tent folded?
Of course. Like finishing it up. Yep.
Yeah. Get in the bag.
Would you mind loading it into that cart? And she gestures toward a nearby cart with a horse attached to it.
She gestures in the complete opposite
Clearly
direction.
on the wrong cart. Yeah, to load everything up.
Then I think that we're even.
All right, well,
Girl.
safe travels.
And you as well. And she walks over carefully, reaching forward as she walks until she makes contact with the side of her horse. And then will climb up to get on top of the horse, pat it a few times, and then give it a very short little click command to get it to start trotting forward. As she moves away, she'll turn her head back toward all of you and say, "Best of luck on your journey, and I do look forward to the next time we meet."
Likewise.
And with that, Magdalia, the sun-eyed oracle, departs this story for now.
I mean, next time we meet just means that she will survive until then, so that's another good news.
Actually, not necessarily true.
Yeah.
You know what? Don't be like this.
I'm just gonna say I'm manifesting it. I
Yeah,
hope she
you know what?
returns to the
I'm
story in
starting
a
to think
different
so.
form.
Yep. Well, so with that, the cart, the horse, and the oracle ride off and away. What do the rest of you would like to do now that she is gone?
And let me just say, it's tough being an optimist in this party. It's fucking difficult.
What? There's so many
Yeah.
optimists in the party.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we got Zu'lin.
Yeah. And
Yeah.
Xander.
And Louie.
Zu'lin's
Rose is an optimist.
optimism is different.
It's because he's built different.
It's cynical optimism.
Louie's full of hope.
Yeah, I think Bro's an optimist.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Bro's also
Bro
an
is
idiot.
definitely an optimist.
I didn't catch that. Oh. Hmm. I don't know what you said.
I said Bro's also an idiot. So
Oh, accurate. Yeah, that's true. Bro is an idiot, so that's fair. Yes. So, what next, fair adventurers?
Assume we regroup at cart.
Very well.
Yeah.
All right. So the four of you return to the border house sometime later. I'll advance time here. We'll say that took about an hour. So by 2:30 in the afternoon, the four of you make your way back to the inn, where you find Louie and Xander still sitting around having a quiet afternoon.
Louie currently has like little ink smudges on his face. His left hand kind of has the edge of it kind of marked with ink, as well as he seems to be scribbling in his spell book currently.
Hey, bro. Hey, Xander.
Hey guys,
So,
did you...
Hello.
So what'd you find?
I got the food that you wanted. The recipes.
Nice.
Excellent. And what'd you learn about the history of this place?
Is that what I was supposed to do? I just heard recipes earlier.
Look over to Xander, like, okay, Xander,
Hmm?
what'd you find out?
About what?
Well, you said you were gonna go. You brought up asking the cook. You said she'd been here for hundreds of years. Probably knows a lot about Rosalejo.
Oh, Louis said that he was going to handle everything, so.
Correctly. Okay.
Louis
I'll
just...
go then.
I'm ready now.
I... See, this is why I asked if there was more. You can't just say, so you're gonna handle it, when I ask, what else do I need to do?
You can't say that I can't say, so you're going to handle this, when I did say that.
All right. So these are pretty good recipes, at least.
Sorry, I legitimately thought you guys wanted recipes. I need you to be a bit more
I mean, I would
literal
say
with
no to
me.
the recipes.
Yeah, he's got some tasty fish recipes. Probably more useful than the information we would have gotten out of her anyway, so I'd say that all in all, it's a win.
Why are you being so mean
Huh?
to me today?
Our investigation was pretty lucrative.
Although I will say that this seer does not seem to understand the concept of finding a kidnapped individual.
Yeah. Well, yeah. So we found out that well, let's see. The Hobgoblin Rethys, we found out that his life is gonna be shit. And that
Yes.
and something about Dark Forest. We found out that Nephine, that Serpentes.
Serpentis,
Yes, we found out her life's gonna be shit. And
I could have told you this.
But
Yeah.
she might be residing in a location near or within Burgos.
So you guys
Yes.
do realize that Xander can, like, look into this stuff too, right?
Well, I mean,
No, it's alright.
Okay.
You want, yeah.
Louis keeps
I mean,
scribbling in his spell book.
No reason not to cross-reference, right?
Certainly
That's
not.
different gods and stuff.
Mm.
So yeah, well, I mean, apparently she's not going to die in captivity, or at least soon. So that's good.
Not within our lifetimes, is I believe the verbiage.
And then the harpy Pershindia, yeah, we found out her life is going to be slightly less shit, so that's good. And also, I think we got that, we got her in the bag soon. Like, there's the point where there was just nothing afterwards, but it wasn't like she died. Apparently, that's not what that was supposed to mean. So I figure it just means like, you know, we got what we're looking for.
Maybe she just gets wiped out of existence.
Seems
I beg
kinda
your
dark.
pardon?
Maybe she just gets wiped out of existence, so there's nothing to see after that point.
What the fuck would cause that?
Oh, so many things.
A lot of things could potentially do that.
What
A
would
holiday special.
You never know when one's coming, except you do know exactly when they're coming.
Well, just so I can do this specific thing for you guys, what exactly am I asking the people here?
I don't know. It was Xander's idea.
You don't have to ask the people here anything, Louie.
This is why I don't understand men. Okay.
So, is there anything else we needed to do in Rosalejo, or like we're ready to stock up on supplies and get traveling toward Pinterest? Because like, I think that's where we need to go, right?
Yeah.
So we go all over the fucking place, but Pentress is next.
I'd like to lean over. What is Louis writing in his book?
He's writing spells down. There's like a scroll next to his spell book, so he's just transferring the spell onto his spell book, pretty much.
Okay. So you're copying a scroll into your spellbook.
Yeah,
All right. There are rules for this.
I know.
So to do these,
Yeah.
we'll knock them out real quick. So which spell do you want to learn?
Currently I am working on where the fuck is my spells? Oh, I have to press the leaf. I am working on a memory spell. I just gotta
Share
find it.
memory?
Share memory.
Okay.
Oh, that's
And
good.
what? And
That's
that is
good
a
spell.
level 2 spell, correct?
That is a level 2 spell.
That is correct.
Okay. So it's going to be DC 17 spellcraft.
Okay.
And if you pass that, you get to learn the spell. If
23.
you fail it, that'll pass. And then you just need to pay the scribing cost,
Yep.
and it's like special magical inks and whatnot to do that.
Which is
So,
like 50 for level 2?
I don't think it's even that much.
Oh.
But I'll
I
get
thought
the
it was
amount for you later.
25 for one, and
Mhm. No worries.
So is it for all level 2 spells
40.
DC 17? 40, okay.
Yeah, it's 40 gold, and it is DC 17.
Okay.
It's 15 plus spell level.
Gotcha. Thank you.
Yep. No worries. So yeah, feel free to write that into your book, and yeah, there you go.
Okay.
I mean, Valentino struck out. I found a copper, which is always fun.
Cool.
Oh, sweet.
I didn't strike out. I found everything we were looking for. What are you fucking
Was it-
talking about?
Was it like a
Didn't-
shiny copper?
No. He'll fish it out.
Okay.
Why would you
fish
pick
it
up
out,
money?
and it's tarnished and like dirty looking.
It's
Don't you know it's like bad luck to
money?
pick up a tarnished coin?
Yes. It's very common practice when you are beset by curses or bad luck, just ill fortune in general, to take all of that and push that sympathetically into an object, likely one that someone would have attachment to or desire to pick up. You toss them ideally at a crossroads where past, present, future all intersect, and then when somebody steps over them or picks them up, it's transferred to them.
Yeah, everyone
I mean,
knows that.
I thought it was just because it was like icky looking.
It is icky looking.
Well, here, and Zu'lin's going to give you a vial. You can potentially put it in here and it will clean it off.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's acid.
There you
Cure
go.
curses with solvent.
Say maybe keep it in that for a day, and you may lose a portion of it, but I'm sure the value won't be diminished too much.
It's only a
thank you.
copper piece. Like,
It's still
Anyway.
copper's a copper.
sure. I mean, if they say copper saves, a copper earned, and all that, but like, I mean, I think we're doing okay.
We're a little set
You
back
never know.
after yesterday, I'm pretty sure.
Oh, that's true. I guess you guys did spend a decent amount getting Husa out of the, that whole situation.
Also, I don't know how to transfer one single piece of an item, so you currently have 6 acid on your person's stomach.
There is a
Such a
little.
lot of acid.
There's a button that is like 2 people with like passing an item between each other. That's the split button. So you want to split the stack out, and then once you have one item from that stack, then you can send the one item to another person.
Gotcha.
There you go.
Cool.
Anyway, so the rest of you guys can get yourselves put together, and we can begin getting ourselves out of Rosalejo. So, any final things, final buy items to purchase, final anything before you leave the confines of this lovely, lovely city?
I'm sure we'll buy some rations.
Okay.
Mhm.
That's fair. Yeah,
Xander
some
will
basic travel
probably
supplies.
clear his throat once people are getting ready to go out and buy travel supplies and stuff, and he'll say, "We should probably be stocked up. The journey ahead will be somewhat rife with tribulations."
Okay.
Isn't this always though?
Is
Isn't
there
it-
a weather kind of idea we got here for tribulations? Is it really hot?
I don't believe
really
we will
cold?
be beset by any weather that would be more or to the degree that we've experienced on the way here. But there is a messenger waiting for us on the road. So that should be exciting.
All right. You heard the boss, everyone. Let's get as much as we can and be prepared as we can. Double rations?
All right.
Have you still
All
got
right.
things to make potions with, Zu'lin?
Oh, I should be stocked up. In fact, I am just about completed on our small project.
Perfect. All right. So we'll go and do our shopping and head on out then.
Okay. So with that, you guys gather your things, buy the supplies you will need for the journey ahead, and then depart Rosalejo, which will take us back out to the Burgos map. Haven't seen this one in a minute, have we?
A
Right.
little bit, yeah. 4 episodes, I think. 5, maybe. God damn.
4, I think.
It's been a
4.
hot minute.
Yeah, it's been a minute. Well, we find ourselves out in Burgos. And I'll go ahead and set us to a different track.
It's a travel track.
Yeah, though I think I'm not supposed to use this one anymore. I think
One
there's
of
an
them
issue
has
with the song.
really high-pitched notes that don't go
That
well.
just, it just the whole thing is kind of messed up. So I think actually this was it. So, you know what? I'm gonna switch it.
That's a shame.
That's fine. It's life. All right. Now we go with this one. Okay. So. Okay, and onward. So, as the group leaves Rosalejo, it is, of course, the later in the day of April the 30th, but you guys can move pretty quick along the roads with your carriage, and you make it on down the way, getting to the first day's travel. It will be about a 3.5-day journey between Rosalejo and Pentres.
Mm-hmm.
And as you make your way on that
Today's
first
the
day's
half
travel,
day.
what's up?
Assume today's the half day then, given that we start so late.
Yeah, roughly. So if that's the case, I'll just move these pins back a wee bit. There we go. That'll do. All right. So you guys make your way to along the road to Pinterest.
Mm-hmm.
And you find yourselves at a camp along the road. It is, or rather, I guess the question is there anything people want to do while you are traveling on the 30th of April.
Yes.
Stavik. Yes.
After you.
Stavik is going to, as we're rolling along, he's going to lean to Valentino and he's going, Valentino, I want you to have this. He's going to hand him his secondary, what's that called? The little pendant, the junior archer medal.
Little medal for a little guy.
I have a matching one. I won them at the fair, and I just
Aw.
Can I see him?
it was
Can I see yours?
sure.
All right.
It was
Thank you.
that was a little intense in the VIP tent, and I know you were doing what you needed to do, but you also saved me, so
That's
thank
just
you.
part of what I need to do. You were good back there too, Stavik. We make a good team.
We do. We do, and I made the sad choice to underestimate you. You are a
Many do.
gentleman.
It happens. I won't take it personally, but I hope you understand now why it was a mistake.
God damn it! I hope we get the opportunity to battle back to back, as it were, once more.
Oh, we will. We will be dueling against impossible odds, back to back, the whole party, many times, and we'll come out on top. Have you got
Sounds
like
like
a knife, smaller blade?
I do not. I have the two swords and the longbow.
All right, I guess I'll have to pull out my rapier that doesn't have feelings, and
That doesn't have feelings.
and try to carve into the back of this metal. I want to carve the words "fuck slavers."
Nice.
I mean, it's pretty easy to do. Do you need like a dagger or something? Because like,
Yeah, I mean, like, he busts out the sword to do it. If someone has a dagger and offers,
yeah,
we'll take it.
Bastion will just hand you like a dagger and be like, "It's gonna be easier to carve with that, bro."
Oh, thank you,
Potentially an
perfect, yeah.
adamantine series scalpel.
I thought about asking for that, and I was like, you know what? I feel like Zu'lin that was a breach of trust asking for Zu'lin's scalpel for something like this. A dagger is one thing, but the scalpel was going to come out a little duller.
Hmm.
I know.
I mean, the scalpel always comes out duller.
Every day.
This is something for us to remember this moment by then.
Fuck slavers. I love
Indeed.
it.
Next time we're at an auction, they're gonna be like, "Hey, we're gonna scan you for anything that says fuck slavers."
Mhm. I mean, they do that.
me,
Valentino will
me.
be like, "Oh, don't worry about it. I've got one right here that says fuck slavers." And fucking...
Jab it in their foreheads.
Well, what you hope we to find in Pentress?
Hopefully, some more leads and fewer bodies.
Fair.
He said hope, Shane. All right. I'm not saying that's what I expect.
I didn't say anything.
You didn't say shit. I know, but I saw it.
It's a shame I did not go to the. I mean, not that I care per se about proving anything to that noble, but getting some pent up frustration might have done me a little good.
Are you really that frustrated about running into a guy?
Oh, I'm not frustrated about him. Just if he wants to, if he picks to fight, I'm always if I will oblige if you do not want
do
to.
this all the time.
Does what normally happens? I've never actually
In
been
my experience?
part of a duel.
In my experience, I
ever-
kick their ass and then I go home.
Do you
No, not usually. That's not my style.
leaves
It
them
depends.
bruised?
I mean, if it's like a real fuck.
I mean, just takes a pinky. I think it'd send a message.
I don't know.
Like
that
I
seems
did
kind
with
of
you?
petty to me.
Yes, like you did with me.
What was the message there?
I think it was just because he could.
Yeah, whatever the message was, I don't think Stavik got it.
Yeah,
That's
I don't.
alright.
It sounds like it's not a very effective option. I'd taking someone's pinky. I don't really know if that's going to be clear. That's like a thing the mob does.
Since when was you in the mob? He's
Me?
turning. That was to Xander.
You don't ask people
Xander-
when they were in the mob.
Just raises his eyebrows and doesn't say anything in response. Continues swallowing gold.
It's like there's got to be chocolate in one of these.
Those are the bad ones.
They can't be Obi Jones.
This is the bad one. She's like, I got a poopy one. Oh no!
Ah. Doesn't even take the wrapper off.
How bumpy is this ride, by the way?
Yeah.
It is honestly a pretty decent road. The Burgosi major intercity road system. It's reasonably well maintained. It's not the most well patrolled road in the world, but it is pretty well maintained. So I would say in the level of bumpiness, out of a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being like going off the just going through a field with no road at all, and 10 and then like 10 or sorry that for the 10 bumpiness, and then 1 bumpiness being like a protean highway where it's perfectly level and even. This is probably like a 4 or 5, so it's definitely good. I would say it's not terribly bumpy. There's a little bit of bump and lurch to it, but a lot of that can be dealt with more from the carriage than it is from the road. Like having a suspension system on the carriage is going to do way more for you guys than the road quality.
I mean, you put some hydraulics in here.
Yeah, exactly.
Leaf
Lights
springs.
on the bottom.
A spoiler.
If only Levette were here.
For real.
Yep. Yep.
Man, Zu'lin and Levette.
Be the best worst combination ever. Terrible for the world. Great for each other.
Correct. Zu'lin's going to, since it's not too bad, is going to attempt to finish off a new batch of memory potion, since the other batch has been utilized.
I think memory potion is perhaps not the correct name for it. It is more a forgetting potion. I feel like a memory potion does the opposite.
The mind blank potion, to be specific.
Brain drain.
Ooh, yes. I do love
Indeed.
good brain drain.
Well, if it is a relatively smooth ride, Valentino is also going to serenade everybody as we ride along, because I want to.
Yeah.
Let's say 28, by the way,
Wonderful.
for alchemy.
That was a
Cool,
dirty
cool.
20 on the.
Yeah, so Valentino, you serenade people with your loot. Zu'lin, you do some crafting. And anyone else have any business for the 30th of April?
Zu'lin serenades you all with chemical noxious fumes.
Awesome.
Valentino serenades while Zu'lin marinates.
Ugh.
Louie's just writing more spells in his spell book during travel. That's it.
While you are writing stuff, I'm assuming inside the carriage.
Sure.
Otherwise, it would be kind of difficult to write without a desk of some kind. While you are doing that, peeking in from on top of the carriage, like hanging upside down and looking into the window, Bastion is going to kind of hang down and look at you while you're doing that, and kind of like tap on the window.
Louie will open it.
Hey, bro. You busy?
Not technically. What's up?
Oh, well, I wanted to get you. I got you a thing from Rosalea before we left. Wanted to maybe help make the drive easier to Pinterest. You know.
Give me 1 second. Several seconds, actually, to be accurate. Is that okay?
He shrugs, still hanging upside down.
Louie holds the spellbook in front of him and goes as he tries to dry the ink in front of him. Puts a stopper on everything, just kind of cleans up, and then he turns and is like, "Should I go up there with you?"
Oh no, it's right here. And he reaches an arm down and is holding a flask to you. But it might be something you'd like.
What is it?
I mean, it's something I thought you would like. It's safe to drink. It's not like that time I gave you something, but this is different.
Okay.
It's probably not going to keep for very long, though, so you might want to drink it, like, today or tomorrow.
Oh.
Open it and take a sniff, I guess?
You smell it, and it has notes of fruitiness and sweetness.
Louie will drink it?
You take a sip, and it appears to be a mix of fruit juices.
Oh. It's very sweet, Bastion.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's fruit.
No, I mean the gesture is sweet.
Oh. Well, I just seemed like it would have been something that you would have liked, because, like, if you don't want to drink, like, alcohol on the trip, this is something to, like, sip on that's a little bit more, like, interesting than water, you know?
Louie reaches in his bag and pulls out a blue butterfly and holds it out to Bastion.
Oh, I don't need anything in, like, return. I just wanted to get you that because, like, I know they don't have, like, can't get, like, fresh milk out here on the road, you know?
Thanks.
Yeah.
So, I'm not sure if this will help me go to sleep at night, though.
Oh, no. It's like something you should probably drink, like, during the day.
I will. It'll help me stay energized while I get some more spells in.
Cool. And then he'll flip back up onto the ceiling of the carriage and disappear from view.
Louie holds on to the flask with his teeth and reopens everything and gets ready to continue writing. And instead of, like, using a second arm to drink from time to time, he just keeps it in his mouth and will just, like, knock his head back to get some juice
Tilt
once
it
in a
back
while.
every so often. Near as you can tell, it appears to be a blend of, like, apple, strawberry, and watermelon. It's interesting.
Watermelon. Louie's probably fine with it. Keni fucking hates watermelon drinks.
It's true.
Ugh. Yeah.
Anyway, anyone else have anything on the 30th? Oh, goody. Well, in that case, you guys finish the traveling, and the hours march on until sundown. And on the evening of April the 30th, you guys stop by the side of the road, make yourselves a little camp, set up a fire and all that, and cook some of your rations and have a little meal, and do your normal thing where you set up watches and all that. And as you are still getting the camp all set up and getting everything all together, I will take a perception check from the entire party.
You got it.
Perception check. I love those.
It's a 19, Zu'lin.
17.
Yay! That's a nat 1.
Ooh.
My
28
favorite.
for Valentino.
What was that?
Okay, very nice.
28.
Oh, very, very good.
Very good,
All
very good.
right.
All
At
right.
least someone's
So
looking
better
out
than
for us.
As you are setting up your camp, Valentino, and that's about it. Valentino, you're going to hear someone approach from some distance away. You hear footsteps along the road. They are slow, and there seems to be a difference in the cadence between the two steps. So it's like kind of a step and then kind of a dragging step, and then a step and kind of a dragging step. And it's getting closer.
I'll turn my attention where it's coming from, but I won't do anything to.
Sure.
Immediately
How far can you
on.
see in the dark? A little ways.
I believe 60 feet.
Okay. So as you look into the distance, you see a form, a shape, appear on the road some 60 feet away, moving in out of the darkness. And it appears to be a woman of advanced age, dressed in rags. Just raggedy clothes. She walks with a tattered cane that looks like it's about to break. And she's walking with one bad leg down this road. As she approaches and gets closer, you can see that her eyes are covered in what look like thick cataracts. But she's moving along the road, and as she approaches closer to your camp, she'll turn and move right toward your group.
At this point, do the rest of us notice her?
Yeah, you guys
Okay.
would see her once she gets pretty close to the camp. I'd say within 30 feet of the camp, the rest of you can see her. So
Once it gets to that 60 feet, I mean, Valentino will stop playing. And
yeah, Valentino gets about 60 more feet of vision
Mhm.
on her than the rest of the group, but that's about it.
I'll just wave at this one. Good evening.
She doesn't wave back, almost like she can't see you're waving.
Good evening. Mom. Hello.
Can we help you?
Good evening. Eyes aren't so good anymore, but I could see your fire from the road.
Do you need help with anything?
Just traveling,
Okay.
and, well, if anyone here has alms for the poor, they would be appreciated.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Of course.
Don't be a stranger. You're right, though. You're starting a fire. Make yourself welcome.
How kind of you. She moves closer. Step drag, and then will very slowly, very creakily set herself down
Yeah.
by the fire.
Louie would have stood up by this point and helped her sit if need be. Or at least
Oh,
offered his presence if she
thank
didn't
you
want it.
very much, young one, but I can still sit by myself.
It's all good. I just thought I'd offer.
Hmm.
It's not often that we get a guest in our camp.
That's true.
Would you, by any chance, be hungry at all?
Yeah, we've got pizza.
Holy, the pizza goofy, fucking crazy.
Sorry, I'm sorry.
Bro just like shoots you a look. What are you doing?
We have
Why?
jerky,
We have dry rations?
dry rations.
Oh, those would hurt my jaw too much.
Well, we don't have anything better, I guess.
I really could go for some pizza though.
I hear it's the nicest, softest food.
It's not.
It would really remind me of my late husband, Charles.
What the fuck?
My past
Charles.
husband's Vincenzo.
I've got some news for you, lady.
Charles Cheese.
So-
No, we're not bringing this into the world. Absolutely not.
Does he have
Madam.
a middle name?
He does indeed.
Miss,
Yes.
I know you-
Yes.
my friend Xander's trying to speak to you.
Oh, my apologies. My ears at this age. Very difficult to hear sometimes.
Uh-huh.
Oh, yes, I'm sure. What brings you along this route? It's quite dangerous at night,
To travel
traveling alone.
Very true. But I've been traveling this road for, why, as long as I can remember.
I bet.
Oh.
Like consecutively or like back and forth?
She just laughs and doesn't answer your question.
What is your destination?
Oh, everywhere, I suppose.
Oh, that's
I'm
probably it,
something
then.
of a traveler.
Really? Where have you traveled?
All over, I'm sure.
This road, at least.
Well, of course, but well, maybe have you gone as far as the wall?
Yes. And past it
To Kentao.
a few times. It's been a long
Stavik,
life.
that's surprising anymore.
I don't know, it's really far away to get by foot.
Oh, I
Well,
suppose you're right.
we all have our gifts, I suppose. But-
Hmm. It's true. Well, I thank you for the hospitality and the food, as well as the alms. You're very kind people. Hmm.
I know,
Especially you, Xander.
Oh,
Oh,
I said his name, it's not that unusual.
Okay.
Yes. Your friends told me about you.
oh yes? What did they have to
Hmm.
say?
They told me much. Whispers that came to me off the mountain. Like breath on the wind. And hush off of the stones. There is something restless still there. It cries out. And it says your name.
Of course.
I
Thank
heard
you.
other names as well.
What names did you hear?
A few. Mariam. Milo.
Wait. Sorry.
And Zenik. Names that I'm sure mean more to you than they do to me.
Yes, I can imagine that.
But it's easy to hear things if you listen carefully enough. But
Did you come all this way to share this information?
in a manner of speaking. But I've seen it. Clear as day. Clear as death. It beckons you. A path you have not walked, yet have always known.
Xander looks down and falls silent.
Louis
She turns her... Go ahead.
stands up and just sort of moves his body enough so that he is in the in-between of Xander and this woman. Not in front of Xander, but just in proximity.
I dreamed of it some time ago while I was on the cusp between sleep and death.
It's easier to reach there, isn't it? Like everything
Yes.
becomes closer somehow.
Indeed.
It's about time to face it, don't you think?
I suppose the journey that we're currently on can be postponed a little.
Good. Because what I understand is that when the dead call for you, if you don't answer, they just call again, louder.
Yes, that tends to be the case.
Yeah. This has been a lovely evening, and you all have been very hospitable. Thank you.
Of course.
Welcome?
May I know your name? Xander seems to be focused very intently on this woman, and it seems like for maybe a minute he hasn't even been breathing.
Mm-hmm.
My name is Esmelda. Most call me Ez. But
It's a
names aren't
pleasure.
the most important thing. What's
I would
more
agree.
important is the conversation.
Well, you, I'm afraid, have granted far more hospitality than we have.
I should be off then. And she rises to her feet with much pain and failing joints. She uses the cane and eventually gets to a standing position. Many places to go yet. Many roads to cover.
I wish you speed on your journey.
I'm afraid that speed is not in my future. But perseverance will get us there.
Yes. Yes, it will.
Step
It
drag.
follows regardless.
Step drag. And she walks back to the road and continues on down it until she vanishes into the night.
I think we should have let that old lady just walk off on her own. I feel like we probably should not have done that.
Okay,
Bro.
I feel
Bro, that was fucked up. I don't think you should do that because I got like the weirdest vibe from her.
more lost than a squirrel in this.
Xander?
What is going on?
What do you need to do?
It seems that the past has come knocking, and it is time to answer it.
It's more like walking, but all right.
Yeah, it sure likes to do that.
Yes, it
Well,
does.
whatever your past has got for you, Xander, we've got your back.
Yeah, like
Thank you.
if your past got a kidney, I'll stab it for you.
What is it with you and kidneys? I always
Unless it
kidneys.
doesn't. Well, I mean,
He
it could be a
stabs
situation.
kidneys, it's the thing he does.
If it's like the opposite situation, I've got a kidney to donate.
That's
true, too.
Fuck?
Well, that's nice.
Is very kind of you, though I am afraid you all may not fully understand the scope and scale of this. Do you remember the room from Belmez?
Yes.
Which
I
one?
do.
I mean, I remember lots of rooms from Belmez.
Yes.
The
Yes.
bodies.
Oh, the bodies room. Yeah, I remember the bodies room. It's pretty fucked up. I don't know
That
if you know, like the storm room or like the dragon room or the slimy room. That was a weird one.
that was. It is the body room that lies in our future, potentially, if you all plan on following me
I
on
mean,
this
it's
little excursion.
going to happen whether we're there for it or not, right?
Xander, did you like kill a whole bunch of people? I mean, I'm not judging you if you did. I just like if we're going into that, like,
Did
No.
you?
I didn't kill all those people.
oh, okay,
All right.
All, not all of them.
okay.
Some of
Well, that's
them,
cool.
most of them. 50-50.
I killed one person that day.
Oh,
I mean, you do what you got to do. I'm sure that person had it coming.
Sometimes I wonder.
Well, it doesn't change what I've said. Whatever you got, wherever you're headed, we got your back.
Yeah, and like if they're calling you out, we'll back you up.
I wouldn't
Yes.
leave your side.
But
Thank
where
you.
in particular are they calling you, would you say?
Xander is going to do a half turn and raise his arm and point directly into the mountains.
Would you get to go up a mountain? I mean,
And as Xander points to the large mountains to the north of your camp, and you all look up there and see the snow-capped peaks that border, or rather that separate the nations of Parthenae and Burgos, and see that whatever strange destiny lies up there, that is where we'll take our first break.
hello, checkers and pleasers, and welcome back to Check Please.
Hello, hello. So we last left our intrepid heroes on the night of April the 30th while they were sitting around their camp after having just recently had a very strange conversation with a traveling ancient woman that gave them a few strange words about
Our best
Odd.
buddy Xander?
odd words on the night wind and something to do with a mountain and spirits
Mountain, huh?
and Xander.
Hmm.
Is it gonna melt?
Indeed.
Oh, thank you all so much. Oh, so Xander, the dead call for you.
Yeah, exactly.
have to answer it, or else.
They'll call louder.
like, or
Every
else,
know
or
what I'm
else
saying.
what? So they call louder. Put in earplugs.
You don't understand. They will get megaphones.
Yeah.
I mean,
They'll
dead
turn-
right here. Like,
they'll
They'll-
Fuck.
turn up the
They'll
volume
start-
on your phone and call even louder.
It just turns out it's Stavik. Xander. Xander.
Xander, I need to talk to you about your car's extended warranty.
Stop making me turn you down, Skrewy. Well then. So we return to our little campsite, I guess.
That's what I said. There you be. There you sit around a camp.
Should we wait till morning, or do we need to go now?
Also, how concerned should we be?
You remember the room from Belmez.
Yeah.
Correct. Is this a future vision, or we're gonna find many skeletons?
I imagine that you will find many skeletons, both literal and metaphorical, on this mountain, among other things.
Well, I say we're pretty familiar with both.
Are you gonna be okay to face this?
I don't really have a choice in the matter, but I suppose in answer to your question, I must be.
Our friend does seem quite composed, does he not?
Louie tilts his head as he looks at Xander. Look, for what it's worth, I imagine we're all gonna be there for you.
Don't have to imagine, I can guarantee you.
Thank you. I appreciate that a lot, Valentino. I'm also concerned for you all.
No need, my friend. Make decisions of our own accord.
We'll be careful.
That makes sense. Be prepared for things to get a little weird.
Ugly? Dangerous?
Yes.
All the things I live for, my friend.
How much more weird could it be?
Well,
I don't think you want to know the answer to that question,
Man,
Stavik.
Stavik, you pick the things to say.
I mean, matter of perspective, really.
Like, very careful to choose my words to be optimistic without technically being wrong, and then Stavik says something like, no one will get hurt. Like, well,
I mean, define weird.
I don't know that I can, but on the plus side, it seems that since we met, you've all had a lot of questions about me. I feel like this experience will give you a lot of answers and more questions.
Oh, it sounds like the best kind of detour, then.
Yeah.
and you're okay with this detour stopping us from going to Pentris?
It's the way it's supposed to be. I saw this place when I went down in Belmez for those few moments. I could feel the call. I assumed it was a dream because I generally don't sleep, but I do not generally dream, even when I close my eyes. I had hoped that when we passed through Rosalejo, that I was wrong, that we would just be able to continue. But as is a trend, it seems when I peer into the future, I seem to be my biggest blind spot.
So, what we find up on that mountain might, like, let you see yourself better?
Yes. You could say that that mountain is where I became what I am now.
I mean, that's like as cryptic as anything you've ever said in your life.
Is
so,
it?
I mean,
He's up there.
I
Yeah,
feel as
I mean-
though it makes sense.
okay. I mean, if it gives us some answers and like tells us, important stuff, and it's right there. It's not like you got to go super far to get there. So,
Speaking
Yeah.
of which, if we're going to be receiving more information about yourself, are we also allowed to ask preliminary questions?
You are most certainly allowed to ask preliminary questions, though I may not be able to answer them, depending on what they are.
Until after.
Well, I've got one.
Yes.
What happened to you in the pit? Has this got anything to do with that?
What part of the experience in the pit are you particularly referring to? A lot of things happened to me down there.
Well, you pretty clearly you took like a death blow and then got back up anyway.
Yes, I have somewhat of a penchant for doing that, though this time was different from the rest. And for everyone's safety, I should probably not answer that question at this moment.
I don't worry about my safety, but it's your choice.
Yes, I will tell you all once I am sure the information is safe to know. Any other questions?
Ooh, actually, I do have one. How is it that you are able to find individuals?
How is it that I'm...
I saw that you were able to locate the area that our limited Kiwi friend was at.
I see. I suppose it's a difficult question to answer in that I feel like it's as if I were to ask you, how are you able to smell flowers wafting on the breeze? How are you able to perceive the coldness of a fresh stream? I can feel the curse within her soul. And so I simply closed my eyes and focused on it and headed towards it.
I see. Does that mean that it is only because of the curse then?
I must admit that I had never tracked someone like that before, but I imagine it would be possible to find others. For example, I found Stavik's daughter in Pentris.
Oh,
Yeah. I mean,
So-
I'm not. It, of course, I want to get to Pinterest as quickly as possible, but
so
this
he was
seems like
kind of
it's,
looking back and forth between Stavik and Husa.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh. Right.
Don't worry. Crossing
Me
bridges
never.
when we come to them.
So
I
are
would
you
never expect you to worry.
So when you closed your eyes, are you able to see the location or just a path towards it?
So it depends on what sorts of abilities I'm using, whether I'm using spells, whether I'm doing the other thing. But yes, sometimes I can see a path towards things. Sometimes I can look into things and see patterns that you might not be able to identify otherwise. This morning I peered into the ashes and became aware of the visitor that would see us on this path to Pentris. It depends, I suppose. Why do you ask, Zu'lin?
Well, predominantly, I was wondering if there was a way for you to find our other, let's say, missing friends.
Oh, the ones that we had just met last night?
Indeed.
Most certainly. I will be able to help us locate those friends.
Oh, great. Will you have something more specific than like a dark forest? I didn't want to say shit to her face, but I wasn't really sure where that'd go from there.
What do you expect from
She's-
someone who worships Amun?
What is that supposed to
God burn.
mean? Avin got a reputation for vague prophecies.
I mean,
Does
Where
now.
you're from?
look, you said she was blind but wasn't born blind.
Yeah, I mean,
Yes.
it didn't seem like it was very good for her to keep looking into the sun like
I'm-
that. But
I'm
I'm not
just
going to tell someone what to
saying-
do with their life.
Doesn't really sound like a great relationship.
Fair, though a lot of times power requires a certain amount of sacrifice.
Yeah, she seemed more than happy with it.
Was not quite the trite businesswoman, I would say. I would have expected to at least have charged 10 gold for all the questions you asked.
Really, though, I was expecting something.
Yes, I didn't get very many answers either, but then I suppose I asked unfair questions of her.
That just might be our entire team then.
But yes, I will be able to find our friends, but it will take a little bit of time. I am somewhat preoccupied by the current challenge that we
Well,
face.
of course, we've got the present situation. Although time on that job might be kind of limited.
Maybe she's just bad at her job.
You know, maybe.
I'd blame the god over her.
Do you think so?
Absolutely.
I thought the gods all
Yeah,
did
you would.
the best they can.
If this is their best, I'd hate to see their worst.
Well, they are able to curse things quite
Oh,
well.
Wonderful. You're really selling this whole god thing to me.
Who's just looks at the ground?
Louie does not have the best relationship with our neighbors upstairs.
Yeah, he does this
Or
a lot.
down.
Don't take it personally.
The stories I was told was always that they were far wiser and more powerful than we were, and should be spoken of with respect and deference. Why do you speak so
Louis stands
plainly
up
about them?
and just holds out his, well, one arm technically, the other one's kind of vaguely moves up. Kill me now, gods. Go ahead. Fucking do it. I dare you.
Xander turns around.
I don't. What would be wise about that? You're clearly good to have around.
They can't hear me. It doesn't
don't know
fucking
that?
matter.
Husa
So in
looks
my
up.
experience, they're generally pretty wise, but I wouldn't say like way wiser than all of us. You can tell, sometimes they give bunk advice and they contradict each other. You can usually tell.
Husa is looking up at the sky, expecting a lightning bolt to come down any second. Like she's bracing herself for the
Husa.
impact of whatever is going to smite Louis
They can't
any
hear
second
me.
now.
It's like you said, Usa. They're too wise for that. That would be a really petty thing to do.
Oh,
The gods
You're
can
probably right.
be quite petty at times, but yes, that is fair, Valentino.
They like to be petty in showy ways.
I just,
No one would know about this.
it just seems unwise to bait the gods like that, Louie. That's all.
She doesn't know. Okay. Let's have a little Louis history lesson here. Something you don't know. I happen to be of the strange occurrence in this world where, for some unknown, odd reason, all of the gods, be as they may, good, evil, something in the fucking between, will not respond to me no matter what.
It is potentially because you're so rude to them.
I wasn't.
Do not. Think
No,
that
I
I'm
don't
trying-
think you fucking understand. I loved them. I gave everything. They deserve nothing.
I don't get why you say they didn't respond. Look around you. Look at your life right now. Clearly, you're being set on the
I
path of
did
destiny.
this.
You found me. You sought me out.
I
appreciate
don't
it.
want you.
Well, that's
Why
your
would I
mistake.
have
That's why
looked for you? I was
This is what
trying
we're
to
saying.
leave.
far wiser beings, clearly. Set you on
How
this
does that
path.
make sense?
Because you're on the path. You're walking it. It's leading you somewhere.
You don't realize how often I wanted to leave in the beginning of this journey. I
Oh, I
chose to
prove it.
stay.
Yes, you did choose to. As though you're the path that you feel compelled to walk down. You didn't lay the bricks.
Valentino, go fuck yourself.
Who's looks
sorry.
shocked.
Do it yourself, you coward. No, I can't. I can't.
Husa actually is going to like cuddle into Stavik a little bit more, as if she's scared that there's about to be a fight.
Puts his arm around them.
You making a choice and the gods laying down a path are not mutually exclusive.
Stop saying that.
I would stop saying it when it stops being true. They made all of these. Like, this literally wouldn't be there without them. There's no way you can look at it that doesn't involve them. That doesn't diminish the value of your decisions either.
I do not walk the path of the gods.
You walk on a path they made,
Then maybe I should get rid of it.
you would get rid of everything to settle your grudge.
Look, I've sworn off the gods and said that I'd leave them be because they never chose to give me any sort of instance of a look or a thought for all the years I spent worshipping them.
I don't agree, but seems that we're already past that point.
No, I have heard of that some of the gods are more talkative than the others. Have you, by any chance, tried to have someone else ask in your behalf?
Maybe we should talk to Detlev about that.
Is he close to a specific god, then?
A lot of people supposedly are close to a specific god. Hell, As I've told you all before, I tried to contact the fucking Biff of Symphonia before to attempt to get in contact with Symphonia herself. Nothing.
Could it be that you are on a do not contact list?
Xander opens his mouth as if to say something and then closes it.
Well, I'll tell you what, Louie. While I still have some disagreements with your viewpoint, I'll help you get to the bottom of this, if that's what you want.
I don't want them anymore.
Well,
I
no,
got
won't.
through that point in my life when I needed them most. They're dead to me.
Bastion
Okay.
nods. You know, if Bro hasn't needed the gods up to this point, and he's survived just fine without them, then, you know, I kind of get it. Like,
I mean,
why
sure,
should
yeah. I do.
why should he, like, bend over backwards trying to, like, get into contact with them if they haven't helped him once? Like, you know, like, fuck them, right?
Not suggesting that bend over backward. I'm just saying if you want the closure, I'll help.
I don't need them.
All right. Fuck me for offering, right? Jeez.
Fuck me for telling you guys how often, since we started traveling, how much I despise them. And you
Yes, you
act
made
like
such
it's
a
the
point of
first
it.
time every time.
No, you bring it up more than anyone, so it's clearly important to you. Nobody else talks about this like you do.
I'm just saying.
Yes, but I think the point is that we aren't listening to them.
I'm listening.
Mm.
You're telling me to change my own viewpoints in my world
No, I'm
based on
not.
your experiences. You often do.
Stop pushing your ideals on me, Valentino.
I'm not pushing my ideas.
I'm not pushing
expressing
mine on you.
All right.
Like, I just said fuck the gods. I don't care about them.
But if
Sure,
I bring
I'll-
up my own experiences with the gods, you give me the right of comments.
I mean, lucky you that you're so fucking special.
You know, I agree with that. I feel bad about it.
Louie stands up and just walks away at this point. Going for a walk. Good night.
Bastion looks around, sighs, and says, "Buddy system," and then gets up and starts to follow.
Wasn't that disbanded?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. So yeah, so that's basically where we're at on that whole topic.
Okay, that makes sense. I'm sorry that your friend hates the gods.
Yeah, well,
So it's not to be sorry about. This is their choice. This is.
yeah. I mean, he
How's he
apparently he's
feel?
over it,
It's-
so it's fine.
It doesn't seem like that's the case, though.
You know, well, what are we gonna do? Not take him at his word? He seems to be pretty
Well-
upset at that.
I'm not sure. What do you think, Stavik?
I think they have some unresolved trauma.
Well, it does seem partially resolved in some case. They seem quite set in their decision.
I mean, with the blocks placed up ahead of us, with all Xander's situation and all these murders and such, I think this is something that's going to have to be confronted, whether we get involved or not.
You are correct, Valentino.
So we'll cross that bridge when we come to it, as you say.
I mean, they seem to have come to an understanding, but I don't think they are at peace with what has happened.
And yeah, and I mean, I'm all for carving your own path. I just hope he doesn't carve a path into becoming an enemy of existence.
I sincerely hope this as well.
Existence seems to bite back when you want to be at odds with it.
Very true.
Mm-hmm.
Xander, have you noticed any curses upon our friend that may be causing his issues with communicating with the gods?
Oh, Louie? No, he is not cursed. Any inability to communicate with the gods is for a different reason.
You have any ideas what that reason might be?
I can think of a few, though I will point out there is at least one god or divine presence that has communicated in his presence.
What, since we were all together?
Yes.
Then I would presume that would be Owen, and then
That would seem
correct.
I
to be the
suppose that's
case.
right.
Then again, Owen is not a god currently.
What about the lesser deities?
Oh, you mean the primal deities?
Those ones, yes.
Louie has tried those to no avail, though those are not the same.
They can be dangerous.
Really? Which one? Which is the ones that you know of? That is the most. That's dangerous.
There was the shadow that eats.
Yes. Quite hungry.
It lives in the deepest crevices. My people have stories of it. It's why we don't descend any further than a certain point. If you go down too far, it is likely to be your doom. The shadows become hungry.
We had an encounter with that one, actually. In the boats. On the way down the waterfall.
Too many eyes.
If you're worried about eyes, Stavik, I have very bad news.
Oh,
We all have them.
What's the correct number of eyes, Stavik? Or like, what's the maximum?
I think 4 would be my maximum.
I
Why
have
4?
terrible news for you, Stavik.
Why? Why? Why?
You'll see.
Will I? Oh!
But it will see
Yay.
more.
Yeah.
Ah!
Correct!
Oh, that is. You know, it will never be a dull moment traveling with this group, will it?
No,
Likely not.
just straight up no. Not a single dull moment. If you get a dull moment, that's your rare moment of peace. You treasure it.
Did you ever think that your life would descend into such a thing, Mr. Astrovik?
I will tell you that when I wasn't the primary child, I was very content in my studies and my reading and my books and my chess and my happy little life. No, I did not think that my life would pan out this way.
What would you call a more interesting?
I mean, did you think so when you died?
Haha. It's true.
In all fairness to Stavik, he didn't think he was gonna die.
No, but I mean, once you get to that point, you're like, it's all going to go crazy from here, if anything.
I mean, I was planning on The idea was that I'd be just pop in, pop out, it would be fine. No, didn't turn out that way.
Like I wasn't probably as demure, I suppose, as you describe your early life mind, but I definitely had a point where I was like, oh yeah, things are different now. This is going to be adventure non-stop.
I hope we find, again, I do hope we find the,
I think about it was kind of a similar situation.
how high up do the mountains do we need to go?
We must travel to a place that has been all but forgotten to time. Quite far up.
Cleveland? Oh, that's not, again, not cryptic at all.
Do you think we can make it up there before dawn, or will I be staying here in camp?
I think for your safety, Husa, you should not make this trip with us.
Okay. She seems disappointed, but understands.
Should your companions maybe stay with her so we don't have a repeat incident?
That...
Would that be, could they?
Yes, they could.
There's not the proximity things, right? So they will be able to protect. Even
Yes.
if you're
That should not be a problem.
okay.
I was hoping to have them with me, but I suppose I can always obtain more if necessary.
I mean, if that vision we got, you know what? I'm gonna stop there.
Yes, Husa, if you would not mind, please, for your safety, stay in the camp. I will have Requiem and Rhapsody protect you.
If you're sure, that would be fine. I am worried, though. She looks to Stavik. I want to make sure you're okay.
I'm pretty hardy. I can manage mostly.
Gives a glance to Valentino.
Yeah, you should have seen him the other night. He's going to be fine.
Just as a point of order, are you sitting or standing, Stavik?
I'd probably still be sitting.
Still sitting? Okay. In that case, she's sitting beside you, and she's going to, like, lay her head down in your lap.
And Stavik will just kind of
Lego noises.
he'll put his arm kind of like on the shoulder there.
Husa, what weaponry are you proficient in?
Rock.
These hands.
She thinks about that for a second and then will lean up from where she was laying down and look at you and say, I was a hunter for my people. I'm good with a spear, a bow. I can throw a javelin very well, accurately at that. I was one of the best fish catchers.
Okay.
Why?
Well,
Are you hungry? Would you like me to try to catch you a
no.
fish?
no.
I'm not sure if there
does
ponds.
Husa actually have any weaponry on them?
Husa does. Yeah, Husa has currently a bunch of throwing javelins, but they're not like on them. They're in like
Okay.
a quiver sitting nearby. But yeah,
Okay.
but yeah, they have like a half dozen of these long polished metal javelins that have both ends are come to a tapered point.
Okay. Stavik was going to potentially loan them their composite longbow, but I don't think they're gonna need it. But oh well, I'll mull that over for a moment. Okay.
Is
Thank you.
everything all right?
Oh, well, I mean, we're going to be going up there, and I would rather you not be. I mean, Requiem and Rhapsody are here, but should something happen, I would want you to be able to fall back upon your own talents as well.
I mean, that seems fine, but I'm fairly certain I could take Rhapsody and Requiem in a fight. So I'm not sure how they're going to protect me.
Well, what happened to you last night, Tom? How'd they get you?
Oh my god.
I mean, I
Bro.
broached the topic. It's kind of like
This is like
important.
Bastion asking Louie how his wife beat him. Jesus Christ.
Unless it's like a specific thing that we should know about. If she's like, "Oh, I noticed a light," and then like, I
Also, she was bitten by a salad and nearly died.
yeah, that's here.
Yeah, I don't know how she's fucking strong.
I don't really believe her in her statement anyway.
I was in a moment of weakness.
Well, I mean, I'm not like
Found
trying
myself.
Did they like get you from behind, or did you like, or did they
I
have
was-
like the big ogre guy get you?
Trying to process a great deal of emotions, and
Okay.
at the moment I was closed off to the world greatly. I
Or if you don't think it'll happen again, then I trust you. I want to make sure that if they have some sort of technique that we should know of, we protect you appropriately.
I don't remember a technique.
Okay, so it wasn't like no ogres involved. You weren't hit from behind. You weren't cast a spell on you or something.
I was grabbed by a few people, and then the next thing I knew, something had been slapped around my wrist, and then there were runes and effects.
So
that,
I don't mean to run you, make you relive the whole thing again.
It-
That was just my attention.
it's understandable that you would think me weak.
I didn't say that.
You
My
did say
point,
that.
No, my whole point was
You
that
did.
like
You did. You claimed me to be weak, that I could fall for such an attack. I understand. It is reasonable to make such assumptions. I will try harder next time.
I didn't fucking call you weak. Don't put words in my mouth. My whole point was that they used it if they did something that you couldn't have prepared for, then maybe someone should stay with you so that
Who's
they
up?
can watch. If you think you can take the two people who are guarding you, then maybe we should have someone who you would feel more like.
I
Even
have
with-
faith in Husa. Husa, I'm going to loan you this. He's
She
going to
lights up.
give
She lights up like a fucking star when you say that.
I want you to hold on to this.
He's gonna give off his composite longbow with the quiver.
No. I am a good throw with my javelins. You keep this in case you're attacked by something that flies or something that stays out of your reach. I would hate
then
to think
take
you.
this.
I would hate to
He's
think
gonna
you
hand off.
if you were to be caught too far from an enemy with only your sword and shield. I would hate to think you having to just simply block from far away from your opponents.
You know what?
The,
Husa, why don't you come with us?
But if we cannot make it by sunrise, then I would be a liability. It is foolish for me to try to go with you. I'll stay here. It will be fine. And thank you for your protection. I'm sorry.
Husa, I want you to
I-
take this, though.
He's gonna hand
just-
off his bastard sword though.
Do you have another weapon, or
Yeah, the +1 longsword.
Oh, okay. And she takes the bastard sword. I can use this. I will make sure that
Sounds smooth.
I'm safe, at least until dawn. And then I will be relying on the kindness of Xander. Thank you.
I would like to vibe check whether or not she actually believes she can use the sword well.
Yeah, go ahead.
I mean,
Let's see how terrible
Real-
this is. Yeah, 5!
ah,
Yeah, she's probably okay with it.
Checks out.
Yeah, checks out. You think she's probably telling the truth?
I mean, really, if we want, I mean, this is meta idea. If we really wanted them safe, when she goes stone, Requiem, and Rhapsody, digs a little hole, puts them in it, and then unearths them when sunset comes. I mean,
if
that's
something-
just a.
What if
I
something
could see
happens
some
to them?
flaws.
I feel like
Oh,
that's a
I
little
love
more
this plan.
dangerous.
I love this
Yeah.
plan.
Oh,
What if time gets a little out of hand and she turns back while buried?
Or yeah, say like somebody happens across your camp and finds 2 skeletons there and kills them,
Right.
and then
She
sun
can't get out.
Yeah,
comes,
fuck.
and she wakes up buried alive.
Oh no!
Oh, I
That's
love
an
this
awful
plan.
idea.
But to
Uh.
answer, your question, don't worry. I don't worry about her safety.
Yeah, that's the better answer.
You know, at this point, it might be safer if she just dies for her own
I mean,
sake.
Honestly, probably better for her to die right now than
Yeah.
in the immediate future.
let
I
her
don't
let her
know
go
that
quietly in her sleep.
The word safety applies in that sentence. I feel like that is the end state of safety is dying.
Yeah.
Her
You-
her less
safety-
bad death. The less bad death. That's what she'll get.
I mean, we are kind of currently in a situation where dying sooner is always worse.
Yeah.
She's got death flags all over her body. Let's be fucking honest.
Mm-hmm.
That's just
Mhm.
like
hmm And we're
Like-
decorating her with them.
Yeah.
Every second
Like a
she's
fucking
with us.
Christmas tree.
Oh, what if she were to now this would be if when she turns to stone she literally gain a ton of mass, like she could become since she becomes stone. does
Yeah,
she then...
she's stoned.
Yes.
Okay, good.
Yes.
So I was thinking
Yeah,
if she
her-
went into a
Her
tree,
mass
that
and
would-
density magically shift. Yes.
yeah. So that wouldn't work if she.
Well, I
went into a
guess
tree.
if
were to,
she
like,
like
perch next
to the
held
tree.
on to the tree, it would just be attached to
Mm.
the tree.
Yeah.
Potentially, yeah. If it didn't pull the tree over.
Yeah.
But yeah.
That's a weak ass tree.
It is a weak ass tree. So yeah, she will accept your plan and thank you profusely, and apologize for being a burden. But then she'll look to Stavik and say, "When do you all plan to head up the mountain?"
Looks to Xander.
I have no need to sleep, so it's really up to all of you.
I have no need to sleep either. But
I, for one, do have a need for sleep, especially right this moment.
Lovely.
Night, night.
Please rest up. You may need it.
I mean, Valentino's always in go mode, but you know, I can sleep if we need to sleep.
Well, in that case, Husa will continue clinging to Stavik, and we will shift the camera over slightly into the nearby woods. Louie,
Yeah.
you have moved away from the camp. You have been feeling this, obvious frustration at the inability of your party members to understand just how fucked up and evil the gods are. And as you are resting against the trunk of a tree, going over the conversation in your head, you hear a series of footsteps approach from the camp's direction. Psst. Bro, where'd you go?
I'm over here.
Oh, there you are. Hey, you blended in pretty well with the trunk. Nice.
I'm good at hiding.
Nice. It's a good skill to have. I'm better at spotting people in, like, towns and stuff.
Yeah?
Yeah, mostly. It's easier to spot people there. Out here, it's all, like, all kinds of weird stuff. Like, he, like, just gestures at a shrub. I mean, like this. Like, you know? There's, like, a lot to it.
I guess there was like this vaguely swampy area near where I live, but I also lived on a beach for a while.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. There was a kind of a mixed biome where I lived for a while, and I guess I got used to blending in with the trees.
Well, that's pretty cool. I mean, I just, want to make sure you were, safe away from the camp.
I'd have
I
been
know we
fine.
kinda- I'm sure you would have, but at the same time, I also kind of wanted to tell you that, like, I get it. Even if the others, like, don't. I get it.
Go on.
Well, just as, like, I understand, like, why you're angry. You've needed the help of something for a long time, and you got no answer at all. Not even a no. So now that, like, you hear people say, like, how cool the gods are and how much they, like, help the world and shit, like, I can see how that's gotta, like, really cut you, I'm just saying, like, I get it. I get it.
Yeah.
I mean, I kind of had a shitty upbringing too, and, like, the gods never, like, reached down and plucked me out of it either, so I understand.
I'm so sorry.
It's fine.
Yeah,
Look,
but I believe
we've
so
already
many
talked about
people
this.
deserve better. I know, but it doesn't stop me from wanting better for other people. There's so many people who've just had shit lives, and
Mm-hmm.
so many people act like the gods will fix everything.
I mean, yeah, but at the same time, like,
I mean, I
it
was that
seems like
person.
for some people, it's true though. Like, some people are just, like, fucking lucky with that stuff, and it's like, oh, they need a thing, and the gods are just like, here you go. And then
Yeah.
other people, it's like they're dying or something, and the gods are just like,
Uh-huh.
they just, it sort of sucks. That's all. I just wanted you to know that, like, I get it.
Yep.
You thirsty?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So, like, last time that you asked, like, for water, and I gave you, like, alcohol, and without telling you, like, that was really rude. So I'm gonna tell you ahead of time. I have whiskey in a pouch. Do you want some?
That sounds really nice right now.
Cool. And he takes out a wineskin and hands it to you.
Thank you.
Yeah, just save some for me. That's all I have.
How heavy is
That's
it?
gotta last me to Pinterest.
Oh, okay.
Oh, it's a full wineskin, so it's a good amount.
Louie will probably take 5 deep gulps of that.
God damn. Fucking hell. Like, after, like, the first swallow, like, after, like, the second swallow,
Mhm.
Bastion starts to, like, he just instinctively reaches to take it back.
Oh,
and then
yeah,
he hears the third swallow, and he's like, what the fuck? Yeah, and then after the 5th one and you finally stop, he takes it back and realizes that you drank about half of his whiskey.
How big is a wineskin? I thought those things were huge.
No, that's about that'd be about half. Yeah.
Yeah, I think 5 gulps
Okay,
is
no,
about half a
he
wineskin.
would do less
Yeah.
of that then.
No, it's fine. You already
Okay.
said 5. I like
it'd
it.
be under. It'd be 40%. You know.
Mm.
Yeah,
Okay.
it's about under half. So you drink a bunch of whiskey out of there, and he just like takes it, weighs it in his hands, and he's like, "Well, I mean, I'm glad it's being used for good purpose."
I'm not gonna.
And he'll
need
take-
any
he'll take a
more
little
for the
sip,
rest of the trip,
then-
okay.
Plug it. Well, damn, bro. Well, if you need anything, like, you let me know.
So it's a 10, a 7, and a 20 for my fortitude saves.
I need 2 more.
2 more? Okay. I didn't
Yeah.
know a gulp really signified that much, but all right.
Yeah.
I mean, if you
16
need
and a
more-
22.
If you
Okay.
need more alcohol, Zu'lin can make you some, but you might go blind if you drink it.
It's true. True.
I can
It's,
also make alcohol that doesn't make you blind.
Thank you.
Well,
Don't listen to him.
yeah.
Get out of here.
So,
Let me blind Louie.
Okay, fine.
what the fuck is wrong with you? Jesus.
Well, Louie, after drinking that amount of whiskey, you definitely feel that has hit you. The world is spinning slightly, and you kind of feel like resting up against the trunk of a tree rather than standing up under your own power.
Yeah. He'll just slide against the trunk he's next to.
Ugh.
It's fine.
Well, that's... Yeah, I just wanted to make sure that you weren't, like, feeling all right after all that.
I'm not. I feel like shit. Well, I feel warm
Yeah.
now, but I mostly feel like shit.
But hey, maybe we'll figure out some stuff about Xando tomorrow. That'll be fun.
I hope
Fun.
he's ready.
What do you mean? I mean, he already...
Mm.
I'm sure he already knows it. I mean, just the fact that, like, we're going to know it is maybe going to freak him out. I don't know. I mean, it can't be that mysterious, right? Like, I mean, it always kind of seems like he's got, like,
it's just
7
that,
things going
though.
on at the same time.
It's fine.
Hmm.
Louie's gonna lean forward and just give Bastion's face a good pat. It's okay.
Thanks, bro. He'll sit down next to you, leaning up against the trunk. Well, I'm gonna stick up here with you for as long as you need until you want to go back to camp.
But I don't.
Well,
I don't want to
mean,
go back.
I mean, I guess, but like, there's a fire there and it's warm, and then we have our
Fire
rations there.
hurts me.
Okay.
I don't want to deal with it.
Well,
I
then
mean,
I'll stay here with you until you're ready.
I'm not gonna do it, but like, it would be so easy to just prove to Valentino what it feels like to not have a god communicate with him.
How's
I
that?
could just cut it off, you know?
I don't know what that means. What do you mean, cut it off?
It's like, just stop it. Like putting a stopper in it. Like a bottle.
I think you lost me, bro. Sorry.
People are bottles, okay?
Oh, we're at this point of the night. Okay. All right. People are bottles.
No.
Got it.
I'm trying to
then-
explain it to you.
So do you drink the people
No.
or... Okay.
No, it's
Those are
just...
tasty.
It's
And what
just
they're like filled with is like based on like what they've done in life. So like good people are filled with like fruit juice and like bad people are filled with like vinegar. Because like that's a way to look at life, I guess.
Ogres are like onions, Bastion.
Sure,
His
sure,
head
Bast.
literally explodes and he dies on the spot.
That's what I meant. Yep. That's
Okay.
not what I meant. That was a lie.
So people aren't like bottles. Okay. So tell me what's your view on it?
You could just stop someone from communicating with a god really easy. Well, I could probably. You just, you just make it stop.
Bro, I have no idea what that means. But-
Uh,
That's cool. It sounds like you got some cool power there.
I don't.
Seems kind of dangerous.
Like I said, I wouldn't do it. I just could.
Okay. Okay. Well, yeah. Then let's not do that then.
I'm not gonna remember this. Shh.
Okay. Well, I'll make sure you're safe then.
No. I don't want to rely on people.
Well, too bad.
Fuck you.
He just sits there against the tree and looks,
I want a cookie.
peers out into the darkness.
Louie eventually will fall asleep soon after that.
Yeah. No, Louie, you fall asleep, and Bastion will stay there for a while, sit next to you by the tree until eventually he realizes this is probably a bad place to sleep in general. So he is going to put an arm behind your back, put an arm under your knees, pick you up, walk you back to camp.
Throw you in the fire.
He's very light. He's only 132 pounds.
There we go.
There's two me's for a second. I must be really drunk.
No. There was.
Aw,
It had to do with the image flipping. That's
you
all.
get to sleep in the same bed as
Fuck
Zu'lin.
off!
Hey! Bring him back.
Bastion returns Louie a little bit later and puts Louie up in a comfortable place to sleep. And will himself also call it a night, popping into a bedroll. What's the rest of the party up to while they were gone?
Literally, as soon as Valentino said, "Oh, we're going to sleep," then he just.
Classic. Xander
I got-
is just. Oh, go for it.
Deck of cards out with Husa.
War?
You know how that goes.
Mm-mm.
I'm happy
Yikes.
to play more games.
Old
with
maid. Old maid.
You calling her what now?
you. Oh, I'm not an old maid. I'm quite fertile.
No, this game is called Old Maid.
Oh, okay.
She's out here calling herself submissive and breedable with a straight face.
Jesus Christ.
No. No. Okay, no.
Yes, though.
Vera, no. No.
Vera?
Valentino!
Excuse me.
I'm doing
I'm very into
That
this.
was
Second.
an incredibly Freudian slip.
I'm here doing the
Just a second, I
fucking
gotta-
like math me. And I'm like, where is what? What unlocked that? What is going on here?
I'm just
He,
gonna...
he heard the term.
I know.
But Valentino, no!
He heard the term breedable and thought of what
I
happened.
thought of Vera.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is
Yikes,
why you
dog.
got cursed.
You know what deserved?
You deserve impotency. Merry Christmas, everyone!
It's a Christmas miracle.
Finally! My best friend is free.
Yes, Suhusa will happily play card games with you.
What's Xander doing?
Xander is sitting with his legs folded under him, close to the fire, just staring into it, unblinking,
Like you do. Yeah.
like one does.
Yeah. Okay. Well, in that case, time rattles forward, as it usually does in these situations.
That's just
And what's that?
That's just Stavik.
Stavik rattles forward. That's fair. Yes, and eventually, Husa will, play card games until the early light of morning, and then we'll head into the caravan and ball up into the fetal position to take up as little space as possible before the first light of sun comes over the horizon, and she is petrified. So, once she is gone and out of the way, what's up?
Nothing. Just had a
Just
tickle in my
Google.
throat.
Interesting way to put it.
Out of the way.
Out of the way. So, the day approaches, and it is now the morning of April the 1st of May. There we go. That's the word. It is, in fact, gonna be May. And it is now 8 a.m.
Oh,
What would the party like to do?
Valentino just kept up, just wakes up real fast, prestidigitation himself clean. All right, we climbing?
Oh.
Bastion gets up, walks over, and immediately hands a bottle a flask to Louie.
Thank you.
Yep. And I picked up one of these from that satyr, and
Really
hands
party without me?
hands you a small white tablet.
What's this?
A party.
I mean, it's something.
I don't want to take a drug.
I mean, it's not like a drug, but it is kind of like a drug. I don't know if that makes sense. It's like a medical drug. Does that make sense? It's not like a party drug. So, I mean, it's still a drug.
Louis
but,
just
like,
opens his mouth.
Bastion pops it in.
What does it taste like?
It fizzes on your tongue and kind of tastes a little bit like banana.
Mm. Mm.
And you just follow it with this, and he hands you a water canteen.
Louis will take it and just start drinking it.
Yeah, a couple of gulps of water down, and this thing is in your stomach. And make a fortitude save.
Oh, okay. Great. 10.
Cool. After a very short bout of stomach pain that only lasts a few seconds, the effects of the hangover you had are gone.
Oh.
Yeah. How you feeling, bro?
Okay. Honestly.
Nice. If I ever see her again, I'll have to tell her it worked.
How many of those do you have?
A handful.
Huh. Hmm.
What's up?
Nothing. I was just impressed by it.
Okay. I mean, maybe Zu'lin can make him. If like I give Zu'lin one of these, maybe he can like copy it or something. That'd be. I don't know. Either that or run into her again sometime and buy more from her.
We'll see. It's not like we'll need it that often.
Right. I mean, just as many times as we like get hung over, but whatever. So, who's ready to climb a mountain?
Me.
Let's do these.
All right. And with that,
You ready,
guys
Xander?
gather your. Go ahead.
Xander would like to do one more divination before we go up there.
Go for it.
Oh.
What would you like to do, Xander?
He is going to reach into the cold ashes of what used to be the fire, and he's going
It's
to.
still quite warm, by the way. They're
He'll
not.
reach
Yeah.
into the warm ashes of
Yeah.
the just extinguished fire, and he will pull out a big handful of the ashes, and he's going to raise it, look up, and he's going to just kind of drop it in a cloud around himself. And I'd like to use one of my natural divinations.
Okay. I
Same
believe
times
that
last
grants you a +4 on your next initiative roll, if I remember that right.
I think this one that I'm going to do is going to be the +10 on the skill check.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Last one.
Let's see. So yeah, observing flight of birds is a +10 competence bonus on a skill check. Observing
wait.
the behavior of sand or ashes in the wind is
You're
a
right.
+4 bonus
That
on
is
initiative.
initiative. Yes.
Yep.
Correct.
No worries. So,
Mhm.
if you want to observe the flight of birds, you can do that too. I mean, that's easy enough.
Yeah. Might as well do that too.
Okay. So you activate natural divination. Also, by the way, feel free to rest your characters, reset your spells and
yeah.
abilities. Since you've done all that,
Yes.
you may as well.
Okay, me too, as well.
So, yeah, the day dawns. You guys are rested and use natural divination to try to read what is going to happen on the following day here, and you can sense that there is definitely something ominous on that mountain. Like your very past come to life is beckoning for you to return now that you are this close once again.
Yeah.
Also, it's
Makes
kind of
sense.
cold.
It's also going to be kind of cold up there, so maybe bring a coat.
Yeah.
Shit.
Yeah.
Don't got a coat.
Xander is going to stand up and he's going to say it's going to be very cold.
Shit.
I'll be all right.
And I'm not referring to just physical temperature. I also mean spiritual.
What does
Alright,
that
cool.
mean?
Should be
What
fine.
does spiritual cold mean?
Should wear a spiritual coat.
Like, how do I protect from that? Is that like, do I like say a prayer, or like, do I coat myself in like a holy water stuff? Like,
Do you
I
think
will do
it'll
my
bother
best to-
me?
Drink a bunch of spirits.
Yes.
It'll be fine.
What the fuck?
I
that's how
would
that works. Weird voice.
strongly advise against drinking spirits.
Okay. Okay. So, what can I do to get ready for that?
Strengthen your will. Hold tight
Fuck.
to your resolve.
Okay.
Can we do
Remain
anything?
steadfast.
What's wrong with this? I'll cast mage armor on myself.
So I mean, I guess you could have just said no, but that's fine.
Can we do anything other than will? Maybe reflex or fortitude.
Hmm.
I
Alright.
don't think I can concentrate harder.
It'll be tough, but I think I've got this.
Okay. Well. All
Ooh,
right. Let's
grunting,
get
grunting,
moving
grunting.
then, I guess.
Xander, are you okay to go?
Oh, yes. I was made for this.
Okay.
All right. Well, then at that, you guys begin to move away from your camp, leaving Rhapsody and Requiem to defend the camp while you're gone. And you make your way up and into the mountains of the area that borders Burgos and Parthenay. It basically fills part of the northern border of the nation of Burgos. And as you approach this place, you are going to follow a winding trail up the mountain. And as you ascend this trail, your path twists ever upward. There is a narrow trail cut into the bones of the mountain, and the path ahead is rather treacherous. There are sheer cliffs and drops that are all over the place. At a certain point, the trail is only about 10 feet wide, and there is a drop-off cliff on both sides of the trail for quite some ways. It's a very dangerous walk if you are not careful, especially with the heavy winds that blow across this area. But if you take your time and walk with care and skill, there's no true danger here. But
How narrow is this?
at its narrowest point, 10 feet.
That's not awful.
Oh, okay.
It's not awful. Yeah. It's enough to like freak you out a little bit, but it's not truly dangerous unless you are walking shoulder to shoulder with people. So as long as you go up a single file, it's not the worst to climb in the world. But that's also at the narrowest point. It's usually far wider than that. So each step also sends loose stones skittering down. So whoever's leading this charge up the mountain will be loosening some of the stones which scatter down the rest of you. Because while it's not like an incredibly flat path, it's also not steep enough that you're literally climbing with your hands. You're just walking up a very steep pathway with every so often an actual step carved into the stone. The skittering stones that are knocked out either by a clumsy misstep or by just the erosion of this pathway, those stones will, skitter and fall down into those canyons, and you can hear their echoes as they crack into the bottoms of these cliffs hundreds of feet down. But anyway, as you ascend, the air grows thinner, colder, and it carries with it the distinct scent of frozen earth, that fresh scent of snow, and also something older, like the last breath of a dying fire. There is mist and fog that clings to the sides of the mountains in certain places, and also hangs on to the trees in the area, all of which are coniferous. So they're like pine trees of various kinds.
They eat people?
Yeah, I knew someone was gonna fucking say that. Every time I say coniferous, I know someone's gonna be like, "Oh, they're gonna eat people." I'm sorry, I've used the fucking correct term.
No, you're good. I appreciate it, really.
So yes, there is mist hanging around that obscures some vision in certain places, but this mist sort of drifts down the sides of the mountain and through the trees, and you can then see at the edge of that distant shroud of mist an old ruin emerge and become visible. Perched upon a jagged plateau, you see what appears to be a ruined monastery standing against the sky like the skeletal remains of some forgotten titan. Its stone walls are fractured and pitted with age. Many of the towers and outlying walls are crumbling through a mix of natural erosion, age, and lack of maintenance. Beyond the outer walls, you can see that there is a courtyard of broken statues. Robed figures, their faces long since worn smooth, stand in eerie silence. And the wind blows through this courtyard ahead of you, moving, creating like a whispering noise almost as it whistles through all of the various statuary. And as you approach this place, I will place you onto a map. As you arrive at an old monastery. And there we go. Ooh.
Well, Xander, leads the
It's-
way.
A monastery? Does the architecture look familiar to Louie at all?
Make a knowledge history or knowledge or, engineering, I suppose, would also fit. So history, local, or engineering. I'll give you any of those three.
So that
Xander,
one-
as you, before you move too much further, I'm going to describe something. As you step forward, you can see the courtyard ahead of you, the large temple building there on the east side, but mostly you feel a strange sense of nostalgia, familiarity, and loss all at the same time looking at this place. You have been here before, obviously. Anyway, sorry. Go ahead, Louie.
Oh, that's just a 13.
A 13. It looks like it's probably done in like an old Protean style, maybe. It's unclear. The walls are pretty old, so you think this might have originally been some sort of religious retreat constructed by Protean settlers
Mm-hmm.
a long time ago. Stavik, your knowledge history 11 is going to give you about the same amount of information, as you think this might have originally been constructed by Proteans a long time ago. But as you head on into this place and cross that threshold past the outer wall, so once you step past the broken gates, you enter a courtyard swallowed by time and silence. The air here is thin and sharp, but heavy with the weight of old sorrow. There's snow blanketing the area in uneven drifts, broken only by dark, jagged edges of stone that thrust up like the bones of a long-dead beast. To the west are the remains of several small outbuildings, slumping against the mountain's embrace. Their stone and wood frames are partially collapsed or rotted, or in some cases, there's evidence of charring on the wood, indicating that some of them were burned. It seems they've been caved in now for some time from the weight of many winters' worth of snow. The gaping doorways yawn like open mouths, the shadows deep and unmoving. This place has long since been abandoned to ruin. On the other side of the courtyard here, there appears to be a temple looming. Its stone walls are pitted and blackened, and the carved reliefs are worn by the neglect of wind and snow. 5 pairs of solemn pillars flank the entrance, each one carved with depictions of faithful figures, their hands raised in celebration. The temple doors stand tall and closed, heavy oak planks reinforced with iron, untouched by the elements. There is a layer of frost rimming the edges, indicating that these doors have not been opened in some time. However, you notice there are no footprints in the snow anywhere nearby. No sign that anyone or anything has passed through this wall and entered this courtyard in a very long time. And yet, something stirs. A phantom wind whispers between the pillars, sending flurries of snow into the air like pale embers, and then you can hear it. The faint toll of an invisible bell rings out once more, the chime distant yet deep, vibrating in your very bones. And that is where we will take our second break.
Hello, checkers and pleasers. We are back.
We are back. Hello. The party has just crossed the threshold into the courtyard of an old monastery, top of a mountain. By the way, the time is no longer 8 a.m. By the way, you just spent the whole day climbing up a mountain, so it's closer to about 7 p.m. The sun is getting low in the sky, and you set foot out here in this courtyard. The chime of a unseen bell tolls across the courtyard, and you definitely feel like there is some presence here that is aware of your arrival.
Do I need to recast Mage Armor?
If you had it cast at the beginning of the day, yes.
All right, Dex.
But it should have...
6 hours?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it should last 6 hours, so...
I'll cast it. I guess. I mean, I cast it when we started, so I guess I'll cast it again.
Okay, I'm gonna go ahead and build a duration into the buff for you there.
As the bell echoes, Xander will call out, "Welcome, ye lost, restless, and weary, to Prennia's reach, where her love and grace echoes from the past through the present and into the hereafter."
Oh, Temple of Prennia?
The fuck?
Well,
It's a goddess of love?
Louie looks around.
But
Prennia?
you were from like a love goddess place?
You could say that.
Huh. You know, I thought they were making shit up when they put that flyer out about you.
You're the one that told them.
Are you sure?
Yes.
Bastion, you
Huh.
literally told us that you said that.
You said it was a good guess.
I guess it was a good guess then, huh?
In
Weird.
certain ways.
He'll walk up next to Xander.
Oh, where do we need to go?
Do you know what we're here to do? Are we here to return this place to its glory, or just...
Consecrated.
I think there is no way to return this place to its former glory, but there are some people we need to see.
So like,
They will show us the way.
okay. Is there anything we need to know before we get in here? Like, what we're dealing with?
Well, depending on just how bad things are, what we may be dealing with is what you saw in that room in Belmez. So, be prepared.
Okay.
Pink. Leads the way.
Ready when you are, yeah.
Xander will step forward into this central section.
As you approach the center of the courtyard, I will take another perception check from the party.
Hell
Natural
yeah.
20 for
Nice.
27.
17?
16.
14.
And 21.
And a 17 from Bastion. Okay. Well, Valentino and Stavik, you two succeed.
Yay!
Everyone else, you just hear the sound of the wind whistling through the statues and various other objects in this busted courtyard, as well as the faint echoes of the chiming tolls of a bell. However, Stavik and Valentino, the two of you can hear something else. You hear the growing murmur of prayers and pained whispers nearby. They're almost at the edge of your hearing, but they're there.
From what direction?
From the south.
When you say pained whispers, you mean like what? Like someone whispering because they can't speak loudly, or like?
Yeah, something like
Okay.
that. Yeah.
There's something.
Beardy.
Yes.
Oh no, continue.
There's something in that direction. Almost
I
audible,
see.
but
Stavik points a bony finger to the south.
On a scale of 1 to 10, Beardy, how loud are things here?
I would say things are about a 7.
Okay.
Things are about a 7.
Good to know.
That was louder than I was expecting.
Well, probably shouldn't keep them waiting too long. Be careful.
We'll stick
The
together.
last time I was here, things didn't go so well.
As you all step into the courtyard, the air grows heavy, as though the weight of unseen eyes press down upon you. You once again hear the phantom bell tolling, its deep, distant chime rattling through your bones. Then, all at once, the past erupts into the present. The snow at your feet darkens, stained crimson. And then phantasmal figures take form all around you, filling the courtyard, flickering between a translucent white and deep suffocating red. There is a battle unfolding in ghostly echoes. You see robed faithful screaming as steel-armored warriors attack them with righteous fury. Though outnumbering the warriors, the faithful lack armor and proper weapons, making the ensuing conflict one-sided. At the center of the carnage, however, stands a figure both commanding and terrible. A woman clad in ceremonial robes, embroidered with symbols that seem to glow with an unnatural radiance. The leader of the faithful. Her wild, silver-streaked hair flows as if caught in an unseen wind, and her eyes blaze with unnatural light. With a rush of arcane power, she raises both hands, and shadowy tendrils lance from her own fingertips, striking her followers. Their screams ring out, bodies twisting and rapidly decaying, as their very life force is ripped from them, siphoned into this woman. With the stolen power, she hurls a blast of deathly energy, tearing into the warriors with a surge of violet black fire. But even as the first wave of them burn, the spectral warriors press forward. One among them, a towering knight in inscribed plate armor, raises his sword. His voice is a cold whisper of judgment. Heretics, all of you. Please make a will save.
great.
Oh,
Beardy.
boy.
Why?
Wow.
22,
17.
baby.
That's
So-
a 10.
That's a
Okay.
5.
That's a nat one for Valentino.
Ooh, nice.
That's a won't save if there ever
And-
was.
And that's a 12 from Bastion. So, some rough rolls. So what's going to happen is a blast of spiritual energy is going to recoil from the scene you have just seen, seemingly from this blast of necromantic power that you just saw this strange woman lob at these warriors. Once that strikes and judgment is pronounced upon them, the entire scene vanishes from sight, and you are left reeling from the experience. Specifically, a little bit of damage is going to get dealt here.
I'm feeling more than a little. I don't know. That's my gut.
Hits you in the gut, that's
Uh,
for sure.
All right, so what's going to happen is Stavik, Zu'lin, Valentino, and Bastion are all going to take 2 points of con damage and 4 points of wisdom damage.
Oh,
Oh, that hurts. I don't like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, it's not good. So go ahead and throw that on your characters. Again, that is 2 points of con damage and 4 points of wisdom damage. If you don't
That's
know how to do that,
abysmal.
let me know and I'll add it to your character for you.
Phew.
That fucking sucks.
Yeah, we're just getting started.
I'm joking.
Furthermore, those of you who failed by 5 or more, which I believe is Zu'lin, Valentino, failed by more than 5, your bodies begin to shake uncontrollably as you fall to the ground and are staggered for a short time. And when I say that, I mean about 4 rounds, so about 24 seconds or so. You
But-
find your
but
body's
rounds
fully
don't-
overwhelmed by this.
But we're not in combat, so there's no rounds, right?
Right, there's no rounds, so you just slump to the ground for a few
Ah.
seconds, and before you can get back a hold of yourself. But the moment eventually passes, and even those who failed by more than 5 eventually come to get back to their senses and can stand up again.
Well,
What the hell was that?
A scene from the past.
Your past.
Something that I was too late to do something about.
Make the vibe check.
Yeah, go for it.
it was not your fault.
Yeah, what would you have done about this?
I
9.
should have. With the 9, you get the sense that Xander is telling the truth, and he seems to be incredibly sad about this, to put it lightly. Xander responds to the question. I had a duty to protect all of these people, and when they needed it most, I wasn't there.
Where were you?
I was looking into a mystery, thinking that I had separated out the danger and kept it away from everyone. When really, I was the only one who was spared from that fate.
Just keep pressing forward. We're here with you, Xander.
Yes.
So, speaking of pressing forward, so from here, you have a few options. There are the outbuildings to the west side of this monastery. There is a small cemetery in the south, and then there is the main temple complex to the east. Where would you like to go?
You're the leader of this memory train, so
Well, take your time.
Yeah, bro, if you need to take like a minute to process this stuff, that's fine. I kind of feel like I want to puke, though. Just full disclosure.
If you all need to rest, then take a moment. I think we should start outwards and then make our way deeper inside the main complex.
Whatever
We're
you
with you,
need.
ready when you are.
Xander will take a couple of moments to look back at everyone, look back at Bro, make sure he's doing all right, and then after maybe 30 seconds, he's going to make his way down to the southernmost building.
Okay. You head down to the southernmost building. One that you remember in your time here as I suppose the best way to put it would be a funeral parlor. It was the funerary room. It was where bodies were processed.
If you want to know... Yeah.
was just saying you know it well. You've
Yes.
been here multiple times.
If you want to know where I was at the time, part of it was in this building.
Stavik looks around.
What do I see?
What do you see in this place?
Yes.
You see a large stone slab table. There is murals on the walls or stone carvings that seem to depict this scenes of like the afterlife of Prennian faithful. There is a cabinet that would have at one time contained a number of items and objects that could have been used to properly like dress a corpse. Makeup, embalming fluids and oils, things like that. Fake hair. Most of it, however, is destroyed or has rotted away over time. And what's left in here is mostly just a hollow room with an empty stone table in the middle of it. You can look out the window to the west and see the cemetery sitting. Also overgrown with snowdrifts.
Looks out the window.
Love is often the providence of the living, but she believed that the dead deserve just as much love as the living do. So special care was paid to making sure that the faithful remained beautiful, remained loved, remained blessed, even after they departed from the mortal coil.
Xander, make a perception check. Actually, in fact, all of you make a perception check. Apologies.
Oh boy.
That's for everybody, not just for Xander.
19.
Nice.
Okay.
18.
22.
27.
Valentino, Louie, the two of you hear something outside. It's faint, but it is the rasp of a shovel digging earth. Sounds like it's coming from the west.
Louie was looking at his arm for a moment, but his head kind of moves up when he hears the noise in the direction that it comes from.
Man, I don't even want to look. I don't want to deal with this shit again. Valentino will still look, but Grem doesn't want to.
Xander's got his hand on the table. He's just kind of brushing his hand against it. But then when he sees people moving in his periphery, he'll turn to look at them and follow.
Louie's just standing there, seeing if he saw anything in the direction he heard stuff.
I hear shoveling or something, Bastion says as he steps
Same.
out and looks to the left.
Zu'lin will approach.
So when you approach and you reach the boundary of the small cemetery here, and you can see something that wasn't here a moment ago. When you first walked into the courtyard, it looked like a snowed over cemetery with not much activity. Now as you approach, there is a large pit dug in the center of the area. There is a single shovel that is stuck in a pile of loose dirt beside the pit. Hear a voice on the wind. It's hard work digging, but it's got to be done. Especially with the amount of bodies we got to get rid of now. Somebody's got to do it.
Milo.
I see.
About time. It weren't easy burying all the bodies. But it was work that needed doing.
We once spoke of him, Stavik.
Hmm.
To love is to lay to rest. To be loved is to be laid to rest.
Then I suppose we loved more than most, haven't we?
I suppose we have, old friend. Xander will step forward.
Don't squander it. The gift you have.
Squander? I will use it right. I promise. And he's going to reach out for the shovel.
You pick the shovel up. It is light in your hands. The weight is familiar.
Just closes his eyes and brings it to his chest.
Oddly enough, the places where one would rest their hands when using the shovel are still warm to the touch, like someone had just been holding it.
Xander will move his hands on it so that his fingers' positions lie on those warm spots. I'm very sorry. If I'd been faster. This didn't need to happen. But I suppose it did.
There's no response.
How big is the hole?
The hole is big enough that it would fit a few dozen bodies in it with relative ease. It's a mass
Xander is
grave.
going to peek over the edge.
It appears empty.
He'll stick the shovel into the ground next to him.
It sinks into the ground with ease.
And he turns to the others. I wish... Yeah. Wish I could do introductions under better circumstances, but that was a good friend. One of my mentors, I suppose you could say.
Seemed like a good man.
He was. And he was the one who actually made my outfit.
Gravedigger with a good sense of style, huh?
Yes.
Pretty cool.
Silk spun by hand. He was gifted in many ways.
So you like grew up here?
No. one day I wasn't, and then I was, and I was here.
Could you by chance be more specific?
Or I think the joke answer would be, could you be more vague?
Be nice.
I mean, what? It's a fair question. Like, what does that even mean?
I told you once in my tent that I asked you to picture it, actually. Waking up in an unfamiliar environment, stepping forward to see an unfamiliar figure, stepping back in surprise only to realize the figure stepped back in time, at which point you realized that it was a looking glass and you were seeing yourself in it. That wasn't a thought exercise. That was one of my first experiences here in this temple.
Huh. So you have, like, no memory of anything before this place?
Or was there no memory to be had?
There was. There was a before, an in between, and an after. And from the moment I awoke to the present, this is all the after. I do not remember the before.
But you remember the in-between?
I suppose I do.
So that was before you woke up here.
Yes.
So what was it? Where are you from?
Nothingness.
Bastion just kind of throws his hands up. All right.
You think that you're going to get some answers of your before here?
I don't know, actually. I've puzzled over how and why I ended up here. Why she brought me here. For much of my time awake. I suppose something to add was that when I first awoke, I was completely paralyzed. I could not move. I could not speak. I lay in bed, staring up at the ceiling, with only her voice to guide me, to provide me company. I knew nothing of the outside world. Nothing but the inside of that room for a long time. But it was not something that we spoke of, ever. There was, I suppose, a sort of tacit understanding between the two of us that there were some questions that you don't ask and some answers you don't provide. And that was one of the few things that we never had a reason to speak of.
Zu'lin's gonna look at these runes.
Mm-hmm.
Looks over to Xander. Exactly how old are you then?
Define age as a concept.
Okay, rephrasing of the question then. How long since you were here?
How long since I was here? Xander's going to kind of close his eyes and count back the time Beardy, how long would you say, roughly, that was?
I mean, I was reading your backstory document earlier, and what do you think? Like 3, 4, 5? How many? Like a couple years? 3 years?
6
5
days.
years?
6 days.
What is your take on that?
So I had originally thought of it as being around like 3+ years, so anything
Okay.
in that vicinity.
Yeah, I'm fine with. Like my go-to would have been about 40 or 3 to 4 years, somewhere in there. So
Xander is going to open his eyes, and he's going to give you a number between 3 and 4 years, but he's going to give it to you in days, hours, minutes, and then seconds.
I was taking this for a far longer run down location.
Yes.
Well, now I
They're
feel foolish.
Alright,
They're just
6
scars.
5 days. Wait, so that was 3. How many years?
but time is strange in places such as
You're
this.
telling me, man. Great.
Be careful, Bastion.
what? I was just looking at the pillars.
Yeah.
Don't be too far.
I mean, I'm right here. Like, do you think the pillars are gonna like
Please.
jump out and bite me or something?
No, I think a ghost would.
I think we should let Xander take the lead for his own kind of
Okay,
healing.
I'm cool with that.
Sure.
Lead on, Xando.
All right. Beardy, Xander's
Mhm.
gonna close his eyes. Where does he feel the strongest tug from?
From the main temple building.
Does he feel any lesser tugs from any other direction?
No.
Okay. Xander will open his eyes, take in a breath, and say, "It's coming from in there. Be ready, and thank you for being here. I have a feeling you may leave with more questions than you had to begin with, but I will try my best to answer what I can, if I can." And he'll make his way up the steps.
Okay. The rest of the party follows behind as you all make your way up the main steps of the monastery. There is a heavy wooden door covered over by a thin layer of ice, and the wooden door is braced with iron. It is. It looks very strong, to say the least.
Xander's just going to reach out, and he's going to put his hand on it, just kind of feel the ice.
You feel the ice. It is, of course, cold to the touch, and you melt the ice slightly where you touch it. But the door is certainly solid. It feels sturdy. It's still doing its job after all this time.
Do you need help with the door?
Sure, Louie.
Okay. So it's frozen right now?
Yeah, it's like there's a thin sheet of ice over the door, and also the door appears to be quite heavy.
Mm-hmm.
So it could be any combination of locked or frozen or jammed.
Okay. First, Louie is going to take out a flame blade with his right hand, kind of
Mhm.
holding it steady with his left.
Okay.
And he will move it sort of in a circle to heat up the door so that that layer of ice goes away first.
Mm-hmm.
And then he will cast knock on it.
Okay.
Knock, knock.
There we go. If the box pops up.
All right, you cast Knock.
And kind of what comes forth from his hand is a little butterfly that flies into the keyhole area and kind of nestles in there. And it takes just a moment, and then a bunch of butterflies will come out of it.
All right. Would you mind rolling me a caster level check with a +10 bonus?
Okay. $28.
Wonderful. All right, you do so, and butterflies are going to begin spewing out of the door, out of the cracks of the door, out of the ice. The ice will turn into butterflies and fly away. They'll fly out of the lock, or the keyhole, rather, of the door. And as this flock of tiny little bugs spew forth from the door, the door will slowly creak open. And as it does, it reveals to you a space ahead. As you step through the threshold into this room, the cold air of the courtyard gives way to a deep, unnatural stillness. This vast chamber is eerily untouched by time. The walls stand sturdy and unbroken. The air is stale yet preserved, as if the years have refused to claim this place. The vast room is defined by 3 pairs of towering pillars, their surfaces etched with faded reliefs of lovers entwined, hands clasped in devotion, eyes cast toward the heavens. Yet time has worn away many of their features, their faces left blank and their gestures hollow. Rows of long benches fill the chamber, their surfaces worn smooth through years of use. They face the far end of the hall, where a grand stage rises, its floor still marked by the brilliant, glowing sigil of Prennia, the goddess of love. The holy symbol gleams, its colors unnervingly bright, as if untouched by dust or decay. It appears to be the true heart of the temple, and yet something is missing. There is no altar standing before it, no statue of the goddess watches over this faithful, no place for sacrifice, no reliquaries, no sacred relics. Only the silent, empty stage remains, its presence commanding, yet strangely unfulfilled. The hush of the temple weighs heavily, pressing into your ears like a sound just on the cusp of hearing. There is something here, something waiting.
Be cautious.
Yes. Xander, step in.
All right. As the last of you step inside, there is a distant creak echoing throughout the chamber, too faint to be wind, but too deliberate to be the shifting of old wood. At first, it's just the silence, the unbearable, pressing silence that settles over the temple like a burial shroud. But then, from the periphery of your vision, something shifts. Rusted heaps of armor scattered throughout the hall begin to tremble. A gauntlet twitches, a helmet clatters, and then, with a dreadful clang, the pieces snap together with sudden, violent purpose. One by one, these forgotten warriors rise. Flames bloom from their hollow breastplates, searing and unnatural, crawling through the joints of their rusted frames like veins of molten hatred. The corroded steel of their helmets radiate an eerie, hellish glow, and their visors dark chasms of nothingness. No flesh remains within, only the fire, flickering where a soul once resided. Each wretched thing clutches a sword and shield, the steel blackened with time, yet still sharp enough to kill. Their blades ignite as they move, leaving behind trails of cinders that drift upward like the last breath of a long dead. And then, as one, they turn toward all of you. The silence shatters, and with a sound like a funeral pyre roaring to life, these burning souls lunge forward, their empty chests alight with the flames of forsaken oaths, their long unfulfilled purpose driving them forward in a relentless march of vengeance. Roll initiative.
Oh boy. Yes.
Nice roll from Stavik. Damn.
Very
Very nice.
good. And Bastin too. Jeez.
Yeah.
Bassett,
Hell yeah.
Bassett just has a really high modifier, that's all.
I mean, I got a really high modifier and fucking help me. I rolled better than shit, which is not what I can usually say, so I'll take it. I'm sure they'll still all go before me and it won't matter, but
See.
Ooh, baby.
Tire Horde
Do you
is
know
fucking
what that's
like
worth?
17 through 20.
All right. And as combat begins, here we go. All right. Combat begins, and all of these creatures lurch up and at you.
They slid into
Their
my
bodies-
DMs?
Their bodies burning with flame, hollow, empty armor with what must have at one time been some kind of faithful warrior, but now pure evil remains. All right, combat begins. Bastion wins initiative with a 24, and he's going to say, oh, fuck this, and moves forward 15 feet, drawing his weapon as he goes, and is going to deliver a stab with a +1 rapier. He is going to strike at this thing, and he is going to hit it with his rapier, and his rapier is going to be deflected off of the heavy armor of this creature. He is unable to pierce the armor even when it's flat-footed. Stavik,
Oh, fuck.
you are up.
Wonderful. Stavik is going to see one just to the south of Louie. Going to run his ass forward. Whoop, wrong button. There we go. And he is going to...
Can you be like one space? Are you able to do like that
Which direction?
so that there's a like where you're standing right now, he
Mhm.
cannot be flanked. I'd have to be outside.
Gotcha. I can do
You can move
I
up
can-
to, let's see, 20
20.
feet.
Yep.
You did
So,
it that way.
I can go there.
Yeah, you could
You
go...
could just go past me and end up right next to him.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to do.
Yeah.
For you.
Go south.
I can do that, sure.
Okay, that's fine.
Ba-doop.
All right, so you move 20 feet up
Yes, sir.
and get right in front of this creature.
Yup.
It holds a long sword in one hand and a shield in the other, both of which are cloaked in flames. What would you like to do?
Nice. We're going to attack.
All right.
And we are not going to power attack because I'm not sure how much of a what his AC is. So
They did seem to be rather heavily armed, or armored
Yeah.
in this case, rather. Since they are just armor, they seem to be just animated armor.
Yep. So we'll just go for a single attack. For
28 will
28.
do it. You slash in with your longsword and strike this thing for 13 points of damage. And as you do,
Woo.
it is now injured. So you took it good chunk of its health off.
Huzzah.
The creature is now injured.
And that shall end my turn.
All right, that'll take us on to the first of the Burning Souls. This one is going to move forward 10 feet. And as it does, it readies its sword to swing down at Xander. And it is going to roll very poorly, getting a 14, which is not enough to hit even Xander's flat foot. So it misses Xander, and will take us on to Louie.
Xander, strength or defense? Pick one.
Defense.
Got it. and Louie will approach him and cast Butterfly's Grace on him.
Okay. If you stand there to cast, it would provoke.
I'll go behind him then.
Okay.
Oh, once I get my window out of the fucking way.
Get him.
So Louie, of course, as he has with this spell, moves his hand down from Xander's shoulder down to his fingertips, and these kind of butterfly tattoos flow from Xander's fingertips all the way to his other arm. All right, that's step one.
Okay.
And then it looks like he's preparing a kind of wider range spell after that.
All right, so that will increase Xander's dex by 4. All right, that takes us on to another Burning Soul. This one is going to swing back at Bastion. And Bastion is... Well, here's something that's going to happen. All right, as this thing swings a burning sword at Bastion, he's going to get hit for 13 points of damage, 9 slashing, and 4 fire. Ouch. So he is now also injured, and that is the creature's turn, although it will 5-foot step to the south to get next to Xander as well. Valentino, you have initiative.
All right. Yeah, I'm gonna. Well, I don't have the movement to get the flank. Oh, actually, if they're flat-footed, they can't take attacks of opportunity, correct?
That is correct.
So can I move 15 feet like this and then 5 feet to get behind him?
Well, let's see. So from there to there would be 25 feet.
It'd be 25. Okay, so there's
Yeah,
more
so
to
the
do.
double diagonal rule would come into play.
Okay, well, I'll get here at least. They won't give me flanking, but he's already flat-footed, so at least I'll get sneak this time.
That's true. You will get sneak this time, and then you might be able to 5-foot into a sneak next round.
Yeah, exactly.
Alrighty.
Mark that.
Yeah, but that guy's gonna get you flanking, I think, this round. That guy's gonna take a 5-foot step.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, most likely, but I mean, we do what we got to do. Conga line of death exists for a reason.
That's
Alrighty.
a 19 to hit.
Valentino, that is a 19, and that is not enough to crack their flat foot. They are balls of armor.
All right, well, that's my turn.
All right, that takes us on to that burning soul that's going to 5-foot step to the west and try to swing at you. That is going to be a decent amount of damage. However, you find yourself resistant to some of it, so that's nice. There we go. You take
Lovely.
a bit. You are barely injured. All right.
Slow Wiki.
That takes us on to another burning soul. This is the one that Stavik slashed at. It is going to return fire at you, Stavik. It is going to barely miss, getting a 25 on its attack, and you manage to parry the shot with your sword or with your shield at the very last second. And as it hits your shield, embers and smoke and sparks and all kinds of pyrotechnic effects blast off from the impact point on your shield. As these things again are just roaring furnaces inside their armor. That will take us on to Zu'lin.
All right. Well, Zu'lin is going to.
Leave.
Goodbye.
Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye bye, Jojo.
Oof.
Yeah.
Yeah, so Zu'lin is going to imbibe for himself a elixir.
Okay.
It's going to be Bomber's Eye.
Bomber's Eye. You got it.
Nice.
And in addition to that, he's going to move into the center of the room onto one of these pew kind of seating areas.
Yeah. You got it. You move to the middle of the benches there.
And he's going to pray that we survive this.
Yeah.
No, he's standing on top of one of these pews.
Okay. Sounds good. All right. Bomber's Eye and a movement. That'll take us on then to the final Burning Soul in the initiative. This one was up on the stage. It is going to pull its sword and run off the stage
Shit.
toward Zu'lin.
Oh no!
It is not able to make a charge, however, so it is going to just run up to you as it double moves to get there. They don't seem to be all that fast, luckily. So gets up into melee with you, Zu'lin, but that's all it can do this round, and that ends its turn. Xander, you are up.
What do I know about these creatures?
I will take a knowledge religion.
Yeah. Ooh, 25.
Okay. Xander, you know that these creatures are known as burning souls. They are effectively the remnants of a soul of a warrior that has made an oath or a vow that went unfulfilled upon the death of the person. So they died trying to complete their oath or duty, but they died before it could be seen through, and part of their spirit remains behind, and in certain circumstances can once again inhabit their old armor and take up their weapons once more, even after death. And that is what these are.
Cool. Do they have any particular vulnerabilities or immunities or anything like
They
that?
do have a particular immunity. You could probably guess that it's fire.
Yep.
But
What?
yeah, right?
Also,
They do have a fire immunity, but other than that, they do have 2 other abilities that are worth noting. However, with your 25, you would only know one of them, and that is
Okay.
that they have a burning effect, which is if they strike and hit someone, that person needs to make a reflex save or catch fire, and I have realized I've forgotten to do that so far. So it's a super easy DC. I literally think that Valentino and Bastion both can't fail it, but go ahead and give me a reflex save, Val, and I'll roll one for Bastion.
Happily.
Pretty sure you can't. Yeah.
That's a 27.
Yeah, like
Girl.
we're almost incapable of failing these, so it's
I
fine.
rolled way higher than it's at all necessary.
Yeah, like I think you could probably have passed that on like a 3, so it's a super low DC. But they do have a
good
chance
dice for
of
my attacks, please, Foundry. Come on.
yeah, right. But they do have a chance of setting people on fire if they hit you with their sword, or if you strike them with either a natural attack, or like try to grapple them or something like that. Like if you get too close, you could potentially catch fire in the same way. So they have a burn quality. That just to put it into game terms. Yeah. So anyway, that's what you know about them.
Awesome. So as undead, they're probably immune to mind affecting effects, right?
That would be correct. Yes.
Okay, excellent. In that case, I think Xander is going to use one of his curses on the one in front of him.
Okay.
That is, I don't know why it says will save
the will
DC
save's
0.
not
That should
working.
be, I believe that should be 16.
Okay. Yeah. Let me peek in under the hood there and see what's going on with the wills. Oh yeah, the will says just straight up blank. Okay. That's weird.
Weird.
Let's see.
Guess that means they fail.
Ha ha ha. Let's see. Is it half?
equivalent because it's
I'm
freezing.
assuming
Half
it's half level
level-
plus charisma.
Plus charisma, yes.
Okay, in that case, that's 14. Is that correct?
14.
Okay.
I guess so, yeah. Yeah.
I have adjusted it so it should now work properly. But I'll call it a DC 14 save, and we'll make the check.
Mhm.
All right, we'll save 14. That is a pass.
Okay.
Bitch.
In that case, Xander is going to take a 5-step
Okay,
back.
5-foot
and
step
that's it.
backwards. And end your turn. That will take us to the beginning of round 2. All right, Bastion is going to attempt a acrobatics. As he tries to get around this thing.
It is
he
plus
will-
wisdom, so it's actually 16, if that makes a difference.
Oh, apologies. Let me update that ability so it is correct in future. Plus wisdom. Do. Plus Wismod. Do.
Does the 16 change anything?
Oh, no.
Oh, okay.
But if it's plus Wismod, it would be 17.
Oh,
Would that not be the
17,
case?
lovely. Yes, I
Yeah.
think that's correct.
All right. So it did not. It got a 20 adjusted will save.
Very nice, very nice.
So
Okay.
yeah, 17 wouldn't have made a difference.
Well,
But
congratulations to it.
okay. Well, it'll be correct in future though. So
Sweet.
anyway, Bastion is going to acrobatics, and he gets a 25, which means he can shift around the back of that burning soul without provoking. And now that he is flanking with Xander, I'm assuming Xander is threatening
Yes.
as some weapon of some kind.
Mhm.
And he is going to make a sneak attack with his rapier. Once again, unable to get through the thing's armor. Damn. All right, pings off the back of the thing's armor plating, and that is Bastion's turn. Stavik, you are up.
Hurrah! So, full attack on the guy in front of me. Let's see what happens. 28 and a 20.
20 is going to miss, but 28 will hit, and you strike for 10 points of slashing damage.
Hurrah!
The creature is now badly injured.
Hurrah!
Yeah.
And that
Stavik
will
is
end.
doing good work here. He's putting in the effort. All right, that takes us on to a burning soul. This one is going to 5-foot step forward and take a swing at Xander. That is, it rolled a 2 and misses. All right, it swings clumsily at you, Xander, and you very easily dodge the attack. And that takes us on to Louie. Louie, what would you like to do?
Yeah, it's kind of hard for me to determine where this template goes, so...
Okay. We can adjust it once you put it down.
Okay, because I might have to step back to do this.
Totally fine.
Okay.
We'll make it work.
Um,
What are we casting?
we are casting Snowball, which I
Snowball?
think...
That's not a template.
Is that not a template?
Flurry.
No.
Flurry
Flurry of
is
snowballs?
template.
It's Flurry of
That's a template.
Snowballs. Sorry.
That's a template. No worries.
It's on my screen at least, but I believe...
Mhm. Well, you can go ahead and
I
slap
believe
it
I
down.
have to step back, yeah,
Okay.
to hit the things I want to hit.
Yeah, so if you 5-foot step to the west there, and then fire that from your spot there, that would be able to strike 3 of the burning souls
Yeah.
and Zu'lin.
Yeah.
Oh well.
Shouldn't have
Say
gotten
lovey.
that close. I was getting ready for it, and he just goes in, and I'm like, motherfucker.
All right, so that's going to hit, 3 of the burning souls and Zu'lin. So
Yeah.
Zu'lin, go ahead and make me a reflex save as Louie, you step back, and would you like to describe what this looks like?
Yeah, so it kind of looks like he rips the energy from his left arm and swirls it around kind of in a very jagged motion between both of his hands, and then sprays it out as best he can, more so from his left hand, as these darting butterflies just turn into these icicle-like structures and dart through these knights, and once they are through the knights, they turn back into butterflies.
Wonderful. All right, your shot cascades through the area, striking all 3 burning souls and Zu'lin. Zu'lin, you got a nat 1 on your reflex save, so you're going to take full damage.
Ooh.
Yeah, so you take 14 points of cold damage. Crunch, which puts you down to injured. And these 3 burning souls also get a saving throw. And that is going to be a fail, and a fail. So everybody takes 14 damage. Very nice. High damage attack there from Louie. All right. Anything else on your turn?
I believe that is all I can do, so that is it.
Wonderful. All right. Well, that takes us on to the burning soul here that is beside Bastion and Xander. It is going to turn and swing at Bastion, getting a 25 to hit for another 11 points of damage, taking Bastion from 38 down to 27 hit points. He is now injured and looking pretty bad. All right. Burning soul is still uninjured. Nobody can seem to land a hit on them except for Stavik, at least in melee. All right, Valentino, hopefully you break that curse this round. What would you like to do?
I probably would have before we said anything, but we're going to give it a shot. I'm going to 5-foot step to the south.
Wonderful.
Slide behind this guy as I get my sword ready and give him the business.
All right.
Sneak. Do I mark something for flanking?
You can. Yeah, there's a buff for it.
Okay. Alright.
I'll activate it there.
Okay. For now.
There you go.
Let's just start from the beginning. There we are. Sneak attack. Blah 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 blah.
All right. That is a
How-
20, which is again not quite enough to crack their armor.
You know, I
Do
got
you
a
have
lot.
hero point?
I got a lot of them. Yeah.
You
Actually.
do got a lot of them, and it might be time to use some of them because, whew, these guys are pretty heavily armored for what they are.
You know, let's throw one in the mix so I can regret it, and then I'll never.
All right,
do
go ahead
it
and roll a
again.
new attack. All the same
Sweet.
modifiers, so we're looking at a d20 plus 11. Should be the final modifier.
Oh, hey, it's slightly worse. All right.
And we're down by 2.
Cool.
Fuck.
Cool.
God
All right.
damn.
Well, that's my turn.
Alrighty. The next Burning Soul is up. This one is going to 5-foot step to the west and swing at Zu'lin.
Thanks.
Zu'lin, it is going to get a 21 adjusted, which is going to hit you for almost maximum damage, which in this case is 17, taking you to 8 hit points left and near death.
Alrighty.
Yeah. All right. That takes us on to. Oh, and also, I need you to make a reflex save to not catch on fire.
Alrighty.
Zu'lin's having
I keep-
a day.
Yeah, keep forgetting that part. Yeah, they do have a burn effect. So.
Did I have to, since I landed attacks, did I need to
No.
roll for burn? Okay.
That's only if it's a natural attack. So if you hit it with like a claw or something.
If you hit
Gotcha,
bite
okay.
them.
14.
14 passes. You are not on fire.
Good.
Like I said, it's a pretty easy DC. Yeah, so that is the end of that Burning Soul's turn, the one that struck Zu'lin. That takes us down here to the one by Stavik and Valentino. It will continue to attack toward Stavik and miss. That is its turn. Zu'lin, you are up. There are 2 Burning Souls in front of you, and you have a whole 8 hit points left. What would you like
That's
to do?
very true. Zu'lin is going to take a small jump back to
Okay.
the other pew.
Yep.
Lifts up his mask and will down a portion of a potion and spit it into the bottle again
Oh.
as he infuses himself with cloud form. I think that was called.
Okay.
Gaseous form, I think.
Now,
Yeah,
do you need, just a quick question, do you need to cast alchemical allocation first?
What?
Wait, do I have to do? I'm pretty sure that is the thing. Alchemical allocation is the process of that,
The feet?
if I recall.
It's a spell, it's an infusion, is it not?
It's an extract.
Let's see.
Mm-hmm.
If we're thinking of the same thing here, alchemical
It is a
allocation.
duration of 1 round, so it happens all in the same time.
It says if you consume a potion or elixir on the round following the consumption
Oh,
of this
really?
extract. Yeah.
Oh, so I'm just fucking boned. Gotcha.
Don't worry. You're good. You're good. I got you.
Yeah. We got some healing coming up. Xander's
Stop
in
it,
2
don't,
initiative
you're still
spots.
Pretty squishy.
But you can alchemical allocation now and then drink that next round.
I'll be dead next round. What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm gonna get. I'm gonna
Alright,
hopefully be
so,
able to take
Anyways,
this guy
in
down
that case,
and get in the
I
way.
will be throwing something else then. So
Yeah, if
disregard that.
if that's the case, we're going down swinging.
Like literally, I'm fucking dead if I don't. So whatever.
Kill him. You got this.
So instead, what Zu'lin's going to do is he is going to take out a small vial.
Mhm.
He pops it and injects it with a red serum, and he will throw it right behind
Okay.
the armor that's right in front of him.
Mhm.
And that is a bottled ooze. It is a
Ooh.
melancholic ooze.
Oh hell yeah.
Ooh, yes.
Ooze, yes.
Oh yeah. Okay.
Good job.
What made him melancholic?
He had no humor.
Life is such a drag.
Damn it.
Meh. He's got
All right.
the meh.
So I have, just to make sure I'm pulling the right thing out. Is this a melancholic ooze swarm?
Correct.
Okay.
Oh,
just making sure it's the right
damn.
monster. All right. So you summon a melancholic ooze swarm. onto the field. Alrighty. So it goes immediately. There we go. And there we go. Okay. So with that,
Good play.
yeah, the melancholic ooze swarm is going to appear behind this creature as you activate your bottled ooze ability. So, yeah, anything else from Zu'lin?
That is my full turn. That is
Alrighty,
all I
that
can
takes us
do.
on then to the ooze. It is going to shift 5 feet over and make its ooze attack. So it gets some things here. It is composed of chemical depressants. Let's
Oh, that's why
see.
it's melancholic.
Yes. Let's see. So if I am not mistaken, its whole deal is its swarm attack, rather than doing damage, causes paralysis. Is that correct? Am I remembering this right?
I have no idea if it doesn't cause
I
damage.
think that's right.
It doesn't say anything in my notes about not causing damage, but I guess if that's the case.
No worries. I'm pulling it up now. Wow, 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 wow. All right.
Yes.
Yeah, it looks like it does. Oh, it does 1 point of damage.
Oh, it does 1 damage, yeah.
It does 1
Oh.
damage. Okay. So it'll do 1 damage to both of these creatures. There is only one small problem, and that is that the paralyzing effect only works on living targets. So you do 1 damage to each of the burning souls. So I'll go ahead and apply that. As the weird chemicals like burn the armor, and it sizzles, of course, as this ooze tries to like lap at these 2 creatures. But they are unable to be paralyzed by the chemicals inside the ooze.
I mean, if it aggroes them off of you, that's...
But it very well could get them to turn their attention onto that thing, so that's good. That will take us on to a burning soul. So this is one of the 2 inside the ooze now. And what it is going to do is this thing is going to turn and attack the ooze. That is going to hit, since the ooze has an AC of 7, because oozes always have terrible AC. And it is going to get hit. Let's see, if I'm reading this right, it does not have any kind of immunity to weapon damage. So it is, nor does it have resistance to fire, so it is going to take full damage from the swing. So it gets hit for 14 and is near death. But that's the end of the Burning Soul's turn. And importantly, it did not attack Zu'lin. Xander, you are up.
Xander is going to turn and say, Zu'lin, get back, and then he's going to swing his hands, and as he swings in the direction of Zu'lin, Zu'lin's body is going to compress upon itself into a point of light, and it is going to shoot backwards to this spot here.
Okay, we're using
By
the
the
doors.
repositioning.
Yes, by the doors, as I use one of my planar rifts.
Wonderful. You open up a planar rift and you shunt Zu'lin about 20 feet to the northwest.
It's nice.
Yeah. All right. That is a standard action. You have a move action left.
I will take a 5-foot step back.
Okay. I guess my only question would have been is activation of that planar rift, which is a standard action, would that have provoked?
That is a supernatural ability.
Oh, is it an
So,
SU? Okay.
It
Never
is
mind.
an SU.
Okay, then you're fine. Either way, you could have 5-foot stepped first. so
Yeah.
it's a moot
to say.
question. Anyway, yes. So you 5-foot step to the west after that. Anything else from Xander?
That is it for me.
All right, then round 3 begins. And as it does, Bastion is becoming more and more concerned as he no longer has a flanking partner. And
Sorry.
he cannot seem to land a shot on these guys anyway. So as Xander's hands, or sorry, rather, as Bastion's hands are shaking, in the idea that he might be in over his head here, that is where we will sadly leave our heroes for the week.
Oh.
We'll pick this up next time with round 3.
All right.
Thanks for listening. As always, special thanks to William Succi and Andreas Pichler for the intro and outro themes, and Emily Roll for Fantasy for this episode soundtrack. Interested in following us on social media? Follow us on Twitter at CheckPleaseDND. Or want to support the podcast and be part of the Czech Republic? Go to our Patreon under the Czech Republic. Until next time.